Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Wonderful to see everybody here on Sunday. Today we are going to hey guys, welcome to the channel and welcome to another Sunday. We are not on PlayStation Network this week. I'm giving you a rest. We're back on the computer and we're doing World of Tanks again. And the reason why is, well, you've already seen two videos. You've seen the setup process and you've seen the process of and you've seen a little bit more. What I want to show you guys now is I'm not dedicating a full video to this. I would like to show you some stuff that some people don't really realize. Now, once you have everything set up, it doesn't mean you have to just quit and never play again. You have to absolutely positively have to. That's going on my screen. These guys, you guys see this, right? I'm getting thousands of pop-ups on my screen. How rude. I'm busy and these pop-ups are nuts. Come on. What are we gonna think? Okay. How rude. Okay, where was I? There you go. Okay. What to do? Once you're set up and you're ready to go, what do you have to do? No problem. The first thing you have to do is to check with the calendar. Advent calendar. You have to put Advent calendar first working. See that to the curl? Anywhere you see a page curl, that's the door you didn't open. All the rest of the doors you open? Okay. The second thing you do is you have to collect your resources. Put that right there. Or click collect resources. Now, all people you selected as friends will pop up right there. Click your friend. Click collect resources. Now it's going to pop up in their garage. Okay? Again, click here's my second friend. They were there. If the list goes away, I have two friends list. See that right there? That one. Collect resources from friend. See now, these guys, I can select them, but the thing of it is, we only have two best friends, and at the time, those two people were the only two people that had anything in this game. All the rest of them didn't. Were only level 1. So I picked the first two people that were level 1, which just happened to be these people right here. So that's it. As long as you do that, you should be caught up. Don't forget, if you happen to see any numbers underneath here, click it. So like this right here, you see a number there? Click that. So that means you have something to take care of. Namely, we have a terminal coin to take care of. See, it tells you what to do. Click the round red button. It's going to use the one coin we have in the vending machine. Now we have a training booklet. They're giving us two training booklets for the UK branch. Considering I have pretty close to 100% of the Russian branch, it doesn't mean I'm not going to grind the UK branch. It just means that I have training booklets they currently cannot use. So I'll hold on to them. I'm not going to touch them. I'll leave them there just in case. And if you want more tokens to use, you can do that. That is possible. All you have to do is click that. Okay. And you can cash in all the resources here and trade those resources in for tokens. Okay? So that's why you always come back. Even after you're at level 10, you still come back. Collect all your resources, because you can convert those resources over to coins, cash those coins in for prizes. So even though you're at level 10, it doesn't mean that it's over. It just means you have work to be done. But that's not all. There's more. Once you get that done, then you have the daunting task of getting all those missions done. When I'm telling you all of them, I mean all of the missions have to get done. Every single one. It's absolutely insane. Because you have a garage. You collected your resources for the day. That's done. Of course, you have your little right here. Don't forget, before we continue, don't forget to keep 2,000 gold handy in your garage at all times. The reason why I'm saying this is because by December 20th, if you haven't gotten him for free yet, spend the 2,000 gold and buy him. All you have to do, go to the pet den right here. Let's say it's December 20th, okay? You still haven't gotten it for free. Click to purchase. Directing you on, that says 10,000. Okay, go to 2,000. So, if December 20th, still haven't gotten him for nothing, then make sure you have the 10,000 gold sitting in your garage so you can pick him up. Because at the end, by the time December 31st hits, he'll be gone. And you being able to get him, you'll be gone too. They're giving you one chance, and only one chance to get your hands on it. Take advantage of this, guys. It may be a little thing. You know what? It really does make a difference. It does. It's not hard. have to gather master seals. 14 of them for half off discount. And 28 for one of them. It's quite easy. If you want to earn it, earning him is not the difficult thing. If you want to earn him, you have to do that. All the options challenges. To find this, it's very easy. You want to do your missions? See that right there? Click that. Right here. These are your challenges today. Now yesterday, I did 2 missions, and I got 2 seals. The blue seals are to unlock him. That's what the blue seals are for. The red seals are to unlock him. So there's 2 chances to earn 2 people for this year. 2. That's awesome. The dog is used in your garage. It does not leave your garage. On a dog in a tank, I will show you. I'll show you where to get a dog in a tank. That's easily done. There's only one tank in this game that's a dog. I'll show you. Now, the missions that have check marks like this, now mission completed. And when the slider prizes are dimmed like this, and that bar reaches that token there, it's a little dim. That means you received this already. This is already received. So you're right here. I'm right here. These 2 are finished. They're done. I got the master seals and I got the regular seals. Alright? So I'm about here. 2 out of 14 are half off this. Again, one reason why you don't keep the 10,000 gold in your account. Don't use it, don't spend it, anything. Until December 20th. Then you buy it. That's very important. That's very important. Do not buy the dog. You don't know how far you're going to get. Okay, guys? See, with him, you have no choice. You have to grind straight from the end to get him. You have to. You can't do shortcut and buy him. With the dog, you have an opportunity to outright purchase him. Why pay 10 grand for him? You can get him cheaper or free. Think about this. It's hard enough to get these guys. Okay, guys, these challenges are extremely hard. The way the game is rolling these days, people like me who just play this game for fun, who don't actually play the game. People like me who just play this game for fun, who considers this game a way to pass my time. These challenges are very hard. And especially doing both of them is especially difficult. Yet, because I'm not an absolute diehard, I don't know my entire paycheck on this game. It's a little hard. forgot to get, I did both the challenges up. All the challenges that are available back today, I get them done. So yesterday, I made sure I got these two done. Had no choice, got these two done. Now today, we have a brand new challenge, which is this and this. So these two, all you have to get done today, you guys, you guys are gonna watch tonight, watch you struggle to get these done. Now, we get the dogs challenge done. Let me show you guys a little trick. Before I show you guys how to do this, let me show you how to get the dog done. Probably in the village. Now the dog originally used to be, the dog used to be in the village. They used to have a little village there. Now for some reason I can't go to the village. You used to be able to click this and zoomed into the building and saw the host standing there. So the cat, saw the dog on one side. The dog, zoom in, tell you how many missions you have to do. For some reason they changed it. You can't see the host. You cannot see the host. What you can see is his missions. Also, see now, kind of off. You should be able to see the missions. The dog is right there. The dog was right here. The host was right here, and the cat was right here. Like this, you zoom right in to this. Now, for some reason, that's fine. The host, if you want to get the host is right there. All you have to do is complete these missions and get complete tokens. Log on every day. Make sure you get all your resources. And make sure you do all your missions. These guys, you get this and this token every day. Also, for the dog, make sure you farm extra XP every single day. The dog requires you to gain a certain amount of XP. I forgot what it was. It was like, you have to require, it requires you to own at least 6 to 800 XP. See now, if you put the dog icon, you'll end up right there. If you click this, and see now, if you click the building, that's what you saw. Except you zoom in, and this will be right below. I guess they want to change things around this year. It's still the same exact thing, except you have to do things in order. Which is not really that big a deal. There's people watching and listening. Get his missions done, all you have to do is go out and click the building itself. You'll get his missions. If you want to see him, click him. Now these missions require you to get these missions done. You have to spend resources to get each mission done. There's only three. It's not that good to go. For example, the history is. Okay. You need 300 meteoric iron. Purchase the glass large iron. 3 meteoric iron. I have 400. Purchase. Naughty kitty. Now all the cat missions are done. And for your trouble, you get 2D style for your tanks, for your truck. Pretty cool. You cannot buy him like you can the dog, but very cool nonetheless. Okay, now, these are his assignments. I got those done. I already showed you guys the challenge. These are the assignments done. And him. First day, we're going to give you 2 assignments. Get them both done first day. Get all 4 of these done first day. Because everything after, you're going to unlock another assignment. It's easier to get. The challenges get harder and harder the more you go on. So make sure you get the first 2 done quickly. When you only have 1 assignment per day to get done, 2 if you're going to the full completion. to get him 2 assignments a day, he broke. So your goal is to get up to 1 tier per day. Try to go from 1 tier per day. Do your best. Go from 2 tiers per day. You can. You have to. As you can see, it's going to get harder and harder. So my guess is I have. My guess is they might get tokens, mission tokens. Like, for example, they might have, they might unlock more missions, like this. This one will unlock pretty soon. When this one unlocks, you're gonna have the opportunity to unlock 1, 2, 3, 4 missions per day. So if this ever unlocks, make sure you get it done. Do not block until all the missions are completed. Miss any missions, do not forget. Do not lose 1 mission. You need to get your missions done. At all costs, the missions have to be done. In order to see it in, very important. Red dot like this, that means it's something you need to attend. So I already collected my I'm not exactly sure what. Let's see, this says only friends have chosen their village name. 30 minutes. Okay. Now apparently, this red dot is here. So my attention they want my attention. But I don't see it. Because I already collected from him. And I already collected from him. So I can't unlock a new person. So, I'm not sure what that's all about, but if you ever see that, that means they need your attention. They need you to pay attention to something. So, whether you know it or not, click it and just try to look and see what they need. Maybe it's something important. You never know. Right now, there's nothing of importance right now. That's fine. No problem. So right now, that red dot should be there for a reason, but it's not. That's fine. Moving on. Now, when you're getting close to the end of the month, if you have tons of resources left, either spend them. If you have resources remaining, you guys. You're at tier level 10. You can do one of the 2 things. You can A, go to this and get tokens. Click get tokens. You can cash in resources that you collected for tokens. Okay? Then spend the tokens in the machine. By the end of December, make sure every resource you own right here is gone. All of them are gone. Make sure you spend everything. Because as of January 1st, these resources mean absolutely squat. You use them or you lose them. Spend these resources to buy tokens, machines, or click the shop and spend resources to buy 2D styles. You buy 2D styles from past holiday seasons. 2018, 2021, 2022, 2023. As you can see, I had a lot of resources left over, and I spent a lot of resources on styles. So a lot of styles. There's one style that I don't have, because I made sure every resource I earned, I use all before it's too late. It's very, very important. Very important. Alright, guys. Rewards. This is the rewards tree. When you get to level 1, you're going to receive 2 terminal tokens. You're going to receive this tank and a free garage slot. When you reach level 2, you'll unlock the dog. Unlock him. And you'll receive credit bonus, the personal reserve bonus. You'll receive personal reserve for experience, combat experience. You'll reserve tokens, more tokens at level 3. More tokens. More personal reserves for credits for combat experience. And you'll receive universal guides for the cruise and universal fragments, which come in very handy. I'm telling you guys, universal fragments come in handy as well. And national fragments. National fragments all have certain now national fragments. This is not something that's been around for a long time. This is a fairly new thing. These fragments, the universals and the national fragments, this happened maybe about, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe about 3 or 4 years ago. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. Universal fragments allow you to research a vehicle that is a tremendous amount of grinding and allow you to get it lower. Just a little bit lower. Not a lot. A little bit lower. Let me show you guys real quick what I mean. Now, it doesn't make any sense because most of the tree is already done. But I will show you one thing. There are a few tanks that I still didn't get. Not many, but a few. The only tanks I didn't research yet are this one. Let's see, I didn't research this one. That one right there. This one right there I don't have and I didn't research. This one I didn't research yet. This one I researched, but I should see the percentage right there. I'll show you what that means in a minute. Okay, now time to show you guys what the discounts are and what those blueprints are for. Heads in. See that right there? See it says blueprints 1-12. See it says 252,700. And then now it says 235,11. I get a 7% discount on research and a 7% discount on purchase. on that vehicle. Why? Because I had a blueprint fragment. I used a blueprint fragment for my country and a universal fragment added to it to make a fragment of the blueprint of this tank. Now, if you complete all the fragments that are needed in the whole tank, they'll give you that tank for free without grinding it. So if you have a tank that's extremely hard to get, instead of grinding a tank, save your blueprints for that one tank. You could do like I did and just chop it down a little bit and do it to all of them and just chop them down a little bit at a time and make it easier. Or save it all for one tank so you can get it for free. You could do that too. There's a lot of things you can do. But this is something that's fairly new to the game. Not that new. I have to say maybe about, I don't remember, maybe I'd like to say 4 years ago. I don't exactly remember when this was introduced. When this was introduced, I was like, thank God. This is going to be a lot easier. Because now I can choose whatever I want. I can choose what tanks I want to add discounts to. For example, whatever tanks are the hardest to get my hands on, whether I want them or not, I'm going to dump straight into it to make it easier. Whatever tanks I don't like to play, want to get past, I will get them done. I will add those to that tank and get it done quicker. Now, if I want to play that tank, I won't put any toward the next one. Why? Because if I intend on keeping that tank, then why are you in a rush? Why are you in a rush to get the next one? For example, IS-2-2. I enjoyed playing that tank so much. Because of that, I didn't use any blueprints for the IS-3-3. I saved those blueprints for another tank. And because of that, I still to this day own the IS-2-2. Why? Because I enjoy that tank. I like that tank. I enjoy playing that tank. I only keep the tanks that I enjoy playing. That's the way it should be. If you have a tank that you enjoy playing, you should keep it. For example, I kept the first tank. Nothing wrong with that. I kept the KV-2. Why not? Now, SU-100. This one I kept because I kind of, call me weird, but I really did enjoy playing that tank. I really feel as though that tank is a really, really solid tier 6. I really enjoyed playing that tank a lot. So I kept it. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, no problem. We'll take care of that. Now, I also got a free tech tree. So I chose to get this one done. Now, I was playing this tank right here. I had this one unlocked because I was trying to get, because I was down here. I own this tank. I was going to try and keep this tank. I had to grind this tank 2 times. I had to grind this tank once to unlock this one, and to grind it again to unlock this one. I played this tank so much I actually enjoyed playing. So I figured, why not keep it? So I did. Now, I unlocked this, I purchased it, played this as much as I possibly could, and realized I don't like this tank. I don't. So I kind of like let this tank sit here, and I didn't do anything about it. I didn't grind this tank, and I didn't do nothing. I saved blueprints as much as I could to bypass this tank. So once I bypassed this tank, then what I did was I grinded this tank right here. The tank I enjoyed playing. It was already maxed out. So whatever XP it had on it, I spent gold to convert the XP on that tank over to free XP, which is right here. This is all free XP. You can push the convert button right here and convert XP from any tank in your garage by just selecting the tank, paying the amount, XP conversion complete. Then all the XP you received will go right there. Anything up here can be used with any tank in the game, regardless of what country it is. It can be used with any tank in this game. It just so happens I have a lot of tanks from the Soviet Union. So, just because I play a lot of Soviet Union tanks. I do have other countries, but I mostly play Soviet Union. So, anyway, moving on. Now, as far as those of you guys that played last year's, do you remember last year, guys? They introduced something brand new called the Winter Raid. Well, the Winter Raid is back. If you don't remember, let me refresh your memory. It's an entire city made of origami paper, okay? You have little origami tanks, okay guys? Little paper tanks, okay guys? The objective is your team versus the other team, and you have to collect, you have to be catching the flag. You have to catch your opponent's, flag and return it back to your flag. If you can do that, your team wins. Your team wins, you get prizes. Last year they had different types of prizes. I don't really remember what they were, but they were pretty cool prizes. Now, 5 days from now, today is 12/7/2025. 3 days from now, this is going to be unlocked. Okay? When this is unlocked in 3 days, you should be able to play the Winter Raid again this year. It's right there, guys. Remember the Keeper tank we played last year? It's right there. So we have 3 days. 3 days to go. Okay, guys? This will be available in 3 days. Take your time. Don't forget, you log in daily, don't forget to click this. Open up the calendar and see the dailies. Don't forget also go to get mission stone. Very important, mission stone. You don't get the mission done for the day, you're going to get angry. The closer you get to the end, the more you'll get special guests. Now, as far as the goal goes, if you have the goal already in your account, you're fine. Hold on to the goal until the end of December, then buy the dog, and you're all set. But special guests, when Christmas is over, you don't get those missions done. You don't get them. End of story, guys. So you really honestly do have to, you're in kind of hustle mode of trying to win. Because if you miss it, you'll get it. Those are the tiers I'm currently going. Now, let's try and get the tier 9s done first, because they're small. So we're going to try and work on this one first. Now, if you have a you're going to see this next to each of your attacks. Star. That means that in the game, you get a bonus, receive a bonus to health. Let's just play and I'll show you guys. Alright, now, let's say you have an account. You're not getting any bonuses whatsoever. Okay? Guess what? 6 ways I can make money in one game. That's 6. So you know what? I know for sure if we win this game, I'm going to make big spectacular job, but I did 18. I did. On the way you should act. Although I'm a heavy tank, I'm not a heavy tank. Okay, now. We have a premium account. Because we have a premium account, we get bonus credits, which we got right here. See? Now, if we had a standard account, that's how much we get. But because we have a premium account, that's how much we get. Now, reward for completing events, no different. Okay? Now, if I had World of Tanks Plus active right now, I would get an additional 3,000. But they don't have that. I don't have that active right now. Okay, grand total, I got 83,000 credits. Here's the kicker. Because my tank lived, my tank lived, so it only cost me 6,000 to repair the tank. 6,000 ammunition. That's why you don't waste shots. If the shot is going to hit, take it. If you think the shot might not hit, don't take the shot. Why? Because every time you fire your gun, that shell costs money. Every time you get hit, it costs you money to repair the damage. Everything you do is going to cost you money. So if you're not making a lot of money, if you know for a fact you're not making a lot of money, then be very careful when you do stuff in this game. Be very cautious. And for the love of God, I beg of you, please do not turn into the type of person that's going to spam gold rounds. I see this all the time. It's the most retarded thing I've ever seen in this game. All these jackasses that have no skill in this game spam gold rounds just to get kills. This game is supposed to be about skill. Taking your time and knowing where to fire. Do your homework. Whatever tanks seem to be popular among the masses, try to find out, based off the tank trees, try to find out where most of the weak spots are in those tanks. If you find out where the most weak spots are, then you can move in. See, I took that shot. And I killed him. Why? If you saw my cross hatches were green, yes. Did you notice? See the hull of this tank? Has like a light green shade to it. Light green shade means that the shell I have equipped right now will be able to penetrate that armor, okay? Now I had a regular or normal AP round. Let me show you guys. I had, take care of this. That's my daily multiplier. So now I have that and that. Okay? Now let's move on. Oh wait, before we continue, pay attention. See that? Right there? Put that. See that? Click that. One mission is done. Get 3 missions per day planned, and then we're done. The tank's supposed to be per day. I got the cat done. So him I got done. That one battle, we're gonna see whether I win that battle. Check stats. See that? We won. A victory only means one thing. A victory means that right there? That's one battle won. We have to win 3 battles before we get to the trophy. After that, we have to score 5 penetrating hits on the vehicle in one battle. Now, in one battle, we have to have 5 armor penetrating hits. Kill that tank. So I only did 3 APs. It's asking 5 hits in one battle. Okay, guys? So far. I know it's kind of a little bit but you have to score 5 AP hits. You have to damage and penetrate 5 times in one battle. Not 5 times in general, 5 times in a single battle. I did 3 shots in a single battle. You have to do 5 in order to get both. If it did take 5 shots to kill me, I would have gotten this and this, and would have done both. I would have gotten this one done, and I would have gotten this one. Then all I have to do is 2 more wins, and it's done. All I have to do is score 5 unpenetrated hits in one battle. That's it. Easy said than done. Score this. Make sure you have this class of tank. tank here, I'm grinding this tank. I'm actually grinding this tank to no end. This tank is nowhere near done. Granted, all the parts are done. I got those done. Actually, no. I still have this to go. But for me, I only need the speed aspect. What I'll end up doing is I'll grind this tank until I unlock this. I'll unlock this tank, then grind this a little bit more until I elite this tank out, which means everything has been resourced. Once this tank is under elite status, I'll then make a decision on whether to keep it or whether to toss it. Do I enjoy playing this tank or not? That's a big decision. Personally, I don't like this tank. I hate this tank. So as soon as this tank is done, I will research, not purchase, but research this and sell it right away. Take the money, put it toward purchasing this, which is going to be a hefty sum, as you can see. Even though I have a discount added to this one, so getting this one didn't take me that much. Instead of it costing me $252, this cost me $235 with the discount. Again, blueprints, guys. Make sure you're paying close attention to your blueprints. Blueprints will save you time and cash. When you go blueprint, it gives you a discount on purchase and it'll give you a discount on research. Both. It'll give you a discount on both, which is great. Alright? So, the tank we have is coming up next. This is the tank we're trying to get our hands on. As you can see, I put one blueprint on this already. What that did was, this was 252 experience unlocked. Now 235. See that? Now it's 235. That's how much it costs to unlock this tank. Because I added one blueprint. Now it's only 252 to 235. If I add two blueprints, this will go down even more. And eventually, if you get all 12 blueprints, you'll get it for free. You won't even have to research the tank. You'll get it for free and you'll research it for nothing. Blueprints are so make sure you're using all the blueprints you get. Because if you don't, you're wasting your time. You really are. This game is going to become a huge waste of time for you. You're not going to use it. It's a waste. It truly is. Now, other countries, I have not used any from other countries. Why? Because I'm not concentrating on those countries. So the blueprints I have from other countries will stay on other countries. Because I'm not grinding their tanks. I do have tanks from other countries, but I'm not using them. So the only exception is about 5 years down the road. When I was playing this game, as soon as I reached my 5-year mark, I wanted to do something different. So I put this country on hold. I started saying, okay, you know what? Let me put this country on hold. Let me try and get the USA done. So I grinded all the way up to tier 5. I grinded every single tank on tier 5, up to tier 5. Tier 6 and tier 7 I got done on the heavies. Tier 6 I got done on this heavy here. That's it. USA, I stopped. As far as the premiums goes, I only picked up that tank. As you can see, all the rest I just left them alone. Now, Germans. Again, I got the tier 5 on this one. This one, I only took the tier 4 because for some reason I did not enjoy playing the tank destroyers for Germany. It wasn't fun. Because it wasn't fun, I kept the Stug and just grinded up here and tried to work on this. And I didn't even try to get any of the other ones over down here because this tank was not fun for me. I didn't bother with the other two, so I just left them alone. For me, the first tank, helps me decide whether I should go further. If it's not fun for me, I will not go for it. I want to try the Germans. I think maybe I'll have more fun there. I wasn't having fun. As soon as I hit the grill, I went, you know what? I'm done. I'm absolutely done. Nope. So I didn't go there. I moved up to tier 5. As I always do, I always move up to tier 5. That's my minimum. Minimum requirement in this game is to move up to tier 5. Any country. Now, if I go beyond tier 5, I enjoyed myself. Oddly enough, I still own a tier 6 heavy tank from Germany. So obviously, I enjoyed playing that VK3001 because I still own it. So when the USSR treat is done and over with, I might go back to Germany because I still own 2 tanks from Germany, 3 tanks from Germany. So I might go back to Germany later on. Now, USA, I have the T-29 still, so I might go back to that. Anything I still own, I might go back and continue grinding it. So, I tend to do that. I tend to keep the tanks I enjoy playing. And I continue grinding. Buy the next tank and keep the previous tank. Now, because I own the Churchill 3, the Russian tank, the Russian Lend-Lease, I did not keep the Churchill 1 or the Churchill 7 because I enjoyed playing the Lend-Lease version way too much. So these to me were just whatever, you know. These were like, okay, whatever. Black Prince, I still own. I really enjoy I really like the Black Prince. The Black Prince is actually a very good tank to play. I'm having a lot of fun with that tank. So therefore, I kept that tank. Now, because I really didn't care for the Churchill 7. I did not really care for this tank that much. So I was afraid to even make an attempt to try and get this one. Plus, I have no intention of getting a tier 11 tank in this country anyway, so I don't really care. So, the one thing I did do is I did get up to the Natelda, and I did pick up the tier 5, tier 6, and I kept the Cromwell. I did enjoy playing the Cromwell, because the Cromwell is a lot of fun. Now, when I reached level 2, I branched off to the right and nailed the cruiser, tier 3. Tier 4 cruiser, got the Covenanter, picked up the AEC, got the Crusader, stopped there, didn't like the Crusader, sold it. Then I decided to keep the AEC, and I was not going to sell it because that was not a tank. That has wheels. That doesn't have tank tread. That has wheels. So this was the very first wheeled tank. It actually has wheels. It doesn't have tank tread. Yes, it did exist. Armored cars, armored vehicles did exist in World War II. Armored vehicles did exist. All they did was they used vehicles that had solid rubber tires. That's all. Didn't use airfield tires. They used solid rubber tires. So there's no such thing as flat tires. So there's no blowing out. There's no blowing someone's track out. But these guys, you cannot damage the wheels. They're solid rubber. You can't damage solid rubber. It doesn't break the axle. And of course, I don't know what these things are built on. I don't know anything about these things. So that's another thing. I don't even know. So now, as far as France goes, when I first started this game about 14 years ago, the only countries that existed were US, Germany, and I think Russia. And that's it. There's only these 3 countries when I first started playing this game. A couple of years down the road, they added the UK. Next year, they added France. Year after, they added Czechoslovakia and Japan. Year after that, they added China, Poland, Sweden. Italy was the last country they added. So year by year, little by little, started adding more and more countries. As you can tell, in the very beginning, they had an awful lot of tanks in the beginning. They jammed as many tanks as they could in each country. Look at this. This is insanity. guys. Picture this. I've been playing this game for 14, 15 years. I got all these tanks grinded, researched, purchased, and done. Every single one of these tanks. Wait, that's not all. All of these tanks I finished, except 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of them are done except for 5. It's a lot of work. It took me 15 years to get this far. Why? I didn't care about winning or losing. All I cared about was getting this done. When this was done, I was happy. I'll move on to the next country and leave it alone. Now, what country am I doing next after this? I don't know. I'm kind of tied between 2 countries. I'm tied between USA and Germany. I'm kind of tied between the 2 countries because I have quite a bit of tanks already from both countries. Premium tank wise, I don't have a lot from USA. I have maybe like 1. But Germany, I mean, I have my fair share. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 premium tanks for Germany. So I have my fair share. I'm good to go. But then again, you do have the UK, and there are quite a bit of stuff I do have. I have these 2. Plus, I still own this tank, and this tank. So I actually have more tanks in the UK right now than I do Germany. So it might be to my benefit to work on UK next, because I have more UK tanks than I do Germany. But then again, I do have a lot of tanks that are not on this list. I have a lot of tanks that are not sold in stores. I have a lot of tanks that are premium tanks that don't exist in stores, that are only given out for special reasons. I have quite a bit of tanks. I have a lot of tanks that don't exist. Technically, don't exist. They exist for certain reasons. Let's see. You guys are pretty good example. One tank that should not exist in my garage, but it does. I'll show you guys. This tank, you cannot purchase this tank. They will not award you this tank. Certain things. If they give you this tank, they'll give you this tank because they want to. You will not be able to purchase this tank. You will not be able to earn this tank. If they want you to have it, they will give it to you. End story. Now, if they want you to have this tank, they'll give it to you. If they don't want you to have it, you can't purchase it, you can't earn it. You log into the game, and you find that tank in the game, you're doing something right in this game. This tank is only given to you if they decide to give it to you. You can't buy this tank, you can't earn this tank. It just shows up in just shows up in your tank, okay? It's not a special tank. It doesn't do OP things. This tank is supposed to be this tank, from what I understand about this tank is what's called a reenactment tank. This is as realistic as a real one goes. Plain English. Okay, guys? Some tanks in this game are not as close to the real thing. For example, the T-34 in this game is not anywhere near, performance-wise, close to the way the T-34 works. This one works exactly like the real one does. You can't upgrade any equipment. Any equipment you upgrade down here, only stuff that works on suspension durability, repair speed, stuff like that. Stuff like improved handling will work. Stuff for the crew will work. Stationary vehicles. Anything that increases speed will not work on this tank. Anything that increases reload, again, will not work on this tank. This tank is meant to be a reenactment tank. This tank is meant to be as original as possible. As close to the real thing as possible. That's what the job of this tank is. That's all it's meant to be. And I'm okay with that. And I find it very interesting. The only time I take this tank out is when I'm using it. That's it. I'll automatically take this tank, regardless of what the tank that they're playing. I'll just take this tank and run it around the place. And I'll see what this thing can do. How this thing is versus the tanks in the game. I'll see how this thing plays different and moves differently than the ones in the game. And yes, there is a huge difference. Huge difference. There's weak spots in this tank that don't exist in the T-34 game. I think. Let me see if they even show you guys the weak spots. They do show you the weak spots. Okay. Now, on the T-34 85 in this game, this is green, I think. I think this is green. And this is green. Notice it's all yellow. There's little, if any, weak spots. There's literally no weak spots. This is all solid armor. The only weak spot is on top. That's it. Now, why is this? Why? Because this tank is not the tank that they give to people. They don't give this tank to normal people. This tank is meant to only be a reenactment tank. A tank that's more like the real thing. As much like the real thing as possible. And the original T-34 was not as heavily armored as a KV because it was a medium tank. But because Soviet Union made it, it had some pretty hefty armor. So therefore, the underbelly, which always is green in this game, always. Look, see skill. The weak spots that are on every single tank do not exist on this tank. This is the weak spot. Almost always, this is a weak spot. This is always a weak spot. These are weak spots. That's a weak spot. These are weak spots. But AP rounds don't work on these weak spots here. AP rounds won't work. Because these are only view scopes. These are not slots, they're view scopes. So you use, if you want to fire on these things, you need to use HE round. Use an HE round, load an HE round, and fire at one of these ports here, and you'll do damage to the crew members behind that scope. And you'll also damage their view scope, and you'll have to use a repair kit to repair the scope. So in a way, you're forcing them to use a repair kit. You're actually forcing them to use a repair kit or get reduced stats. So if they repair it themselves, you'll have reduced stats. Most people don't like having reduced stats for anything, so they just repair it outright. Now, the weakest spot in the tank by far is always right here. Always. I don't care what tank you have. The reason why is because the engine is right here. Fuel is usually on a Soviet tank. Fuel is usually right here and right here. Usually on a Soviet heavy tank, the fuel is usually right there. So the engine is sitting right here. So if you put a shot right in there and it pins, it'll damage the engine to cause the vehicle to stop. So we'll have to get out of the tank, fix the engine, get it running again, and you're back up and running. But you're running at half the speed you would normally run. So unless you use a repair kit to repair the engine, then the engine's back to normal. If you allow the crew to get out and repair it, you have the capacity you normally have. Which means it's not fully repaired, it's halfway repaired, which means you're able to use it, but it's not perfect. If you want it to be perfect, you have to use a repair kit. You have no choice. The only way that part's going to be perfect is if you use a repair kit. For example, if somebody damaged your ammo rack, didn't bust through it, they damage your ammo rack. You're afraid someone's going to take one shot and blow your tank to smithereens. Repair kit. It will repair the ammo rack completely. This way it will buy you more time. You'll be good to go. It's hard. This game is not supposed to be easy. That's why you have people like me. I'm not the best player in this game. By far, I don't have the most kills. I'd like to find myself to be a geek nerd sort of thing in this game. I like to learn about the game. I like to learn new things about the game. I like to learn tricks, but I don't like using the tricks. I do know they work. Oh, hell yeah, they work. But I don't like using them because I like playing the way I like to play. I play a certain way. And I like playing exactly like that. The thing is, if I were to follow my own advice, I'd be lost. But I don't. The only time I'll follow my own advice is if my clan has a clan wars. Then whatever way I like to play goes out the window. We're playing to win, and that's it. If we're having clan wars, then help them. They'll with me being happy. We're winning. Well, that's it. End of story. We're winning. That's it. There's no way in hell I am losing that battle. Not as long as I'm alive. I will do the very best I can. Which is one reason why I don't play Clan Wars an awful lot, because I really get into it. I really go heavy duty into it. In the past, that's one reason why they used to make sure that I got into most of the Clan Wars. Not the clan I'm in now, but my previous clans made sure I got in all the Clan Wars. I was a real pain in the butt. I'd be constantly on everybody's case. You get moving, do this, do that, do this. Come on, we gotta move, we gotta do this, we gotta do this. I was always constantly being a pain in the butt. But me being a pain in the butt paid off. Because we won every single Clan Wars game we ever did. We did. I am absolute pain in the ass when it comes to Clan Wars. I make sure that when I'm playing Clan Wars, that nobody's having fun, that everybody's winning. I like to play this game to have fun. When we're playing Clan Wars, I'm not having fun. I'm playing to kick their ass. And kick their ass is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to use every single trick I know, dirty or clean, and I'm going to absolutely kick their ass. They're done. They're going down. End of story. I play and I have fun when Clan Wars are not involved. When Clan Wars are involved, screw that. We're winning. End it. Done. People are always like, oh, you're not really a good player. That's because I don't care. I'm a good player. I just don't care. Why should I be good if I'm being good, a good player? I'm not having fun. This game is supposed to be fun. See now, if my clan needs me, they desperately need my help. I will not only be there, but I'll be more than happy to kick their ass. That's it. End of story. They need me, I'm there. But be warned, I will kick their ass. Things in this game, since the very beginning when this game first started, they gave you a tank that looked similar to this. I still have my tier 1. I never got rid of it, which is so funny. I can't believe I still have this thing. When you first started this game, they gave you a tank that looks like this, and they said, here's the controls, go off, kill each other. Have fun, kill each other. No explanation. They didn't have boot camp like they have now. They said, here's a bunch of tanks, go out there, kill each other, have fun. That's it. They just threw you out into the world and said, kill each other. Done. So we did just that. We just ran out there, ran into whatever we could, jumped off jumped off the cliffs, died, laughed, had a good time. 80% of us didn't even kill each other. We just jumped off the cliffs. We jumped off the cliffs to we tried to see what happened if we jumped off the cliff. Of course, some of us died after jumping off the cliff. We didn't care. It was funny. I remember one time I was in this tank, this very exact tank, and I was going downhill, so I was getting more and more speed built up. I fired an HE round. Just as I was about to hit him, just as I was about to kill him, I fired an HE round, killed myself, and killed a fresh tier 2 heavy tank. It hadn't been hit yet. So the momentum from this tank hitting and the shot together killed an unscathed heavy tank. That's insane. It just goes to show you got enough momentum, you'll kill anything. Seriously. If you have momentum, without a doubt, momentum will take you a long way. That still goes strong in this game to this day. Nobody bothers with it. That's the one thing you can do that nobody does anymore. Nobody. And I mean, nobody does it. You know what? That is so much fun. I used to, when I first started, I had this tank. I used to ram everybody. I didn't give a shit about winning. I didn't care about losing or winning. All I wanted to do was make their lives a living hell. I didn't care about winning, losing, dying, points. I didn't care about anything. All I cared about was having fun. God damn, I was having fun. I said, if I'm gonna die, God damn, I'm taking your ass with me. That's it. That was my rule. If I'm dying, your ass is coming with me. And sure enough, every single time I died, they died too. I made it a goal. If I die, you're dying too. I'll make damn sure of that. Over the years, I had trouble with that. The tanks got bigger. And as tanks got bigger, the armor got stronger, and I couldn't just run down a hill with an HE shell and just kill him in one shot and have me die in one shot. I couldn't do that. I could regret that. I could do that. But they might not die. They might not die. With their armor, sometimes their armor is stronger than it should be. So, some tanks have stronger armor than other tanks. So, it just depends. But in the tier 1s, armor sucks in all the tanks, regardless. I don't care what tier 1 you have, armor's gonna suck. I mean, let's look at the armor. It's a joke. It really is. Let's carefully look at the armor on the tier 1s. It really is. I mean, granted, it's not that bad. It's yellow. It's not that bad. But if you're in a tier 1, people who are in tier 1s are usually people that are new. New people are going to aim whatever they're looking at. They're going to aim at anything. They don't care what it is. If it's moving, they'll shoot it. They're not going to shoot this. No. Nobody shoots the gun, ever. I tend to take HE shots straight into the gun barrel, hoping to set the ammo off from the gun, and hoping the tank pop goes weak. Sometimes that works for me. Sometimes. Once in a while, it doesn't work. one time, I was playing a German tank. In fact, I'll take the tank out and show you the tank I used to do this. I still have that tank actually. I used a German tank to do this. I had this tank. I took this tank and I loaded a gold round. I loaded that round right there. And I loaded only gold rounds. I said, I'm only taking shots with those gold rounds. But every shot I'm taking with that tank got to be a good one. Otherwise, nope. I'm not wasting money. That's it. Gold rounds back in the old days used to cost gold. That's the reason why I call them gold rounds. They call them premium rounds now. They're called premium rounds. Back in the old days, these were called gold rounds. Why? Every time you took a shot, it costs you gold. It costs you this. Every single time you took one gold shot, they took this away from you. How many people use gold rounds? Not many. You had to be absolutely desperate for shots. You had to be desperate. The only time I use gold rounds is in premium tanks. Why? On a premium tank, you cannot upgrade anything in the tank. This is a premium tank, for example. This is a tier 8 premium German tank. Now, you guys, this tank was only available at the time to purchase from the garage. See that right there? That's how I bought this tank. This tank was in the garage, camping out in the back, and I looked at it. Is that a clown in front of a tank? I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I was like, what the hell is this? So I kept it on. I started to Google it, and I found out that the Germans actually had tanks with shovels in the front. Toward the end of the war, they actually had medium tanks with shovels in the front, with plows and shovels in the front, actually plowing and shoveling the shoot to Berlin. Because eventually, as the Allies were bombing Berlin, Germany had to somehow clear a path so that their troops could get through Berlin to the front lines. So they put shovels like this in the front of the tanks that they really could use in battle. So the M48 drum panzers, obviously you've never heard of it. You've never heard of this tank. And ain't no why you've never heard of this tank. The majority of them they slap these ones on. They use them. These things are used as class. Or bulldogs as well. Bet you didn't know that. That's the reason why this tank has a shovel in the front. But this tank was used in Berlin to clear the streets so that they could protect the front lines. So that the artillery and all the trucks and all the trucks and stuff that get through the streets of Berlin, get through anywhere. All they do is bring this tank and drop the plow down and have the plow its way through things. It's also useful. If you think about it really hard. You also use it to kill landmines. Now, landmines you're seeing in Ukraine right now. But what are they doing right now? What is Ukraine doing right now to try and get rid of this Mediterranean? Well, that's pretty fairly easy. They're using a tank. They're taking 2 pieces of metal, sticking out, and taking chains. And probably, my guess is that they're hanging chains for a piece of metal in the front of the tank. And you see, that's what the U.S. did with their Shermans, and that's what UK did with the Churchill tanks. They had something on the front, the chains on the front, and that got rid of the landmines. See, they used to use heavy duty chains and used to drag chains around the battlefield. The Germans didn't have that. They didn't use it. They decided to put clouds, they decided to shovels and clouds in front of tanks like this, and to drag that across the battlefield, and they're hoping that will take out the landmines. So the rest of the crew followed this way. In a way, having this tank the way it is right now, owning that, it actually does make sense. Because Germany really, toward the end of the war, they would try to get a little desperate. Really honestly think about Germany, very desperate. They were having a very hard time. Germany was having a hard time going into the war. Tanks were not getting built. They couldn't get repaired very quickly. German tanks are notoriously hard to repair. Back in World War II, the German tanks were very complicated and very hard to repair. But they didn't break that easy. They're very well built, good thick armor, solid engines, solid parts, everything was covered. Now, if you really think about it, this is a stolen French tank. Now look at the French tanks from back in World War II. Even though this is a stolen French tank. This is a French Char B1. Okay, guys? The French Char B1. I'll show you what this tank is. This tank right here is supposed to be. Where is it? It is right here, right there. The Panzer B2. This is the Panzer B2. See a similarity? The Germans, when they invaded France, they captured a bunch of tanks. And this tank happened to be one of the tanks that was captured by the Germans. So what they did was they took all these French tanks and sort of like not redid them, but changed them around just a little bit. They removed anything they couldn't find some parts for, and changed it over with their own parts. For example, this is the guns that they had on there. Okay? SA-35B1. Let's look at the Panzer B2. Tell me the Panzer B2 is the Panzer B2 is a rare tank. This tank is definitely a rare tank. That's a shame. I kind of do like this tank. Okay, now let's look at this tank very carefully. The treads, they kept exactly the same. Obviously, yes. Suspension, obviously going to keep the same thing. Now let's check the internals. See if the internals are different. Now, SA-35. This gun, this is a French gun. The turret is a German turret. Now what they did was, they took the chassis. Okay, now this, as far as I know, the gun is French. Renault engine is a French company. Renault is a French company. So obviously you already know that this is the Panzer B1. So this is captured Panzer B1. How do I know this? It looks similar and it has a Renault engine in it. Renault is a French car company. Anybody that knows cars or automobiles knows the company Renault. Renault is a French-owned company. Obviously, this Panzer B2 is a French tank. So what are the Germans doing? It's captured. The tank was probably broken, left to pieces. The Germans dragged it back to the rear lines, got it running again, did the best they could, swapped the gun if they had to. If they had no shells that fits it, they probably swapped the guns out of there, kept whatever they could. Now, Fug 8. Fug 8 is a German radio. Obviously, the radio is German. All the rest are probably French. Now, the ammunition that they have probably fit in that gun, most likely. Because most of the guns are similar. Not the same thing. Similar. And the shells were similar. So, I mean, a gun is a gun. You know? How can you make a gun different? Make the shells different so nothing fits? It's hard back in the old days. See, now we have what's called rifle. Now you'll have a gun, and inside that gun has rifling powder. They have a little swirl called inside of the gun barrel. And the shell, while traveling out the barrel, the shell starts to turn to match the rifle. And when the shell is gone from that gun, the shell continues to turn while traveling through the air. Therefore, it's not being slowed down by air. It's cutting through the air. Why? Because the shell is spinning, the shell is turning. If the shell is just traveling alone, it would lose its velocity. Little by little, it slowly start to slow down. But it will go longer if it's turning, which is what's called a rifled gun barrel. Now, rifling was something that was invented in World War II. Some of the countries developed rifling, some of the countries, all the Allied countries had rifled guns. they automatically adopt the same feature. I don't know when the Germans got it. What year they got it, but my guess is that they probably kept the gun because they liked the gun. But I know for a fact that it wasn't until later on, World War II, that their gun barrels were not rifled until later on in World War II. They started capturing Allied vehicles and started realizing, hey, these tanks were different than ours. A lot different. I mean, some of the French tanks, some of the American tanks, even Soviet tanks, they're pretty surprised. I will tell you this, out of the entire Soviet Union, the only two tanks that made a difference in World War II, there's only two tanks in the Soviet Union. In all of the whole Soviet Union, only two tanks made any difference in the Soviet Union. The KV, this one, this tank made a big difference in World War II. Huge difference in World War II. When the Germans attacked the Soviet Union, they had the T-34s and the KV-1s marching right straight up to the Germans. They didn't flank them, they did like they do right now. They just marched right up to them in droves, thousands of them. Surrounded them, shot them down one at a time. Of course, granted, it probably took like 2 or 3 of the tanks to take out one German tank. And these Russians probably lost hundreds of thousands of tanks, but they never learned anything. They never learned their lesson. They never learned their lesson once. Why should they? To this day, they still haven't learned their lesson. They still adopt the same tactics that they used in World War II because they think it works. Well, it's not working. No matter how hard you try, it's not going to work. Those tactics are old. There's a reason why people don't do that anymore. There's a reason why people don't stand in one long line with guns on their shoulders and just die. People did that in the American Civil War. That was a good tactic. Do you think for 1 minute that they're gonna have a long line of Americans with rifles on their shoulders marching down a battlefield? People will look at you and go, screw you. I ain't doing that shit. Get the hell out of here. It's old. It's old school. It may work back then, but now, no, it's not gonna work now. Tactics have to be changed. Whether it's tank battles or whether it's real life warfare, tactics need to be changed. Things you did in the past will not work in the future. You have to change tactics. You have to learn. You have to adapt. And little by little, over the years, countries like US and Germany and Soviet Union, little by little adapted their tactics from light, fast tanks to tanks like the KV and the IS. And eventually, what happened was the KV and the KV-1S were really made. Now the IS, where things started getting complicated. When the IS came out, they realized that the KV model, eventually down the road, they started realizing that KV1 was not going to cut it, because they wanted to put a bigger gun on the KV1. Because the turret could not handle it, they had to have a bigger turret adapted. They had to have a bigger turret adapted to it. So now because of that larger turret they had to have adapted to it, they had to sort of redo some things. So from what I can tell you right now, it looks to me like the KV, the IS, is wider than the KV1. The KV1 was not as wide. It was longer. Okay? Has smaller turret, smaller gun. Now, they could use the KV1 body and just dump this turret on top of it. But there's a problem with that. The turret, the ring. Okay, underneath the turret, there's a ring. Okay, guys? On the turret has a ring, and the body has a ring. And they put grease in between it. And they have gears in the tank with a crank. Now what they do is, they turn that crank around a lot. And by turning that crank, it turns the turret around with it. That's the way they did it in the older tanks back in the old days. Now everything's all automatic. They flip the switch and there it goes. Everything's all automatic now. But back in the old days, they used to have to crank the turret in order to turn it. And can you imagine being in a tank that's not that wide with a turret like that? That's a nightmare. Suppose you have a really big gun with that gigantic turret and a KV1. The KV1, if the KV1 was here and they had that big turret on top of it, if they decided to turn that turret like this, the tank would fall. The gun is probably heavier than the tank. So they had no choice. They had to make the tank wider. So to make making the tank wider meant that now that we made it wider, we can now make the turret bigger. But the length has to be shortened, because if we keep the same length, we're going to have to put in a bigger engine. So to save money, to use the same engine that you're using the KV1, to use a similar engine that they use in the KV1, and dumped it in the IS, made the IS shorter but wider. Put on that bigger, wider turret and a bigger gun, and called it the IS. So the KV series was gone. Gone forever, and the IS series began. Then you have the IS-2. IS-2 was slowly adopted. I think the IS-2 was slowly adopted shortly after. The closest thing to show you in this game to the IS-2 is this tank. This tank obviously was not. This tank is obviously not. I don't think double barrel gun. This was the IS-2. This was kind of like what they were going for. This is what the Soviet Union was gearing towards. So this is what they were looking at, making their tanks were gearing away from that boxing. Yeah. And they were going for the most smooth flow. Look at the shot here. So hopefully we don't use such thick armor anymore. Use thinner armor. Yet slow bit in the ways look the shells with the temples. They started thinking, they started using the headwind. They were starting to use the headwind so that you suddenly putting in the gigantic engines and one of these big headwind double thick armor. And what they did was they simply just made the armor thinner or made the armor slow. Which is technically IS-2 is where it stands right now. Although I can't show you what IS-2 looks like. That's fine, whatever. Okay. That's fine, whatever. Anyway, I can't show you an IS-2, but this is the closest thing to an IS-2 to show you. Although, having two guns on an IS-2, I don't think they do this. I think this is only they might have did this in blueprints. They might have had the idea of doing something like this. But in my eyes, why would they put two guns? Why would they put two guns in tanks? Because they would have to have 4 loaders. Because on a heavy tank, you have to have 2 loaders for 1 gun. Okay? Because one person gets the shell, the other person helps to carry the gun and load it in. So it takes 2 people to carry one shell. So why would they have 2 guns on a tank with only 2 loaders? One person cannot load a shell into a tank. If it's a heavy tank, it goes really gigantic shells. You can't do it. You can't speed up the loading process either. So, hence the reason why Russia right now is using T-90s. And T-60s they thought it was waste. So instead, they're using their main battle tanks as medium tanks, which is what they're now new. They claim new T-90 is. They claim that's new. They claim that's the new battle. And the main battle tank is a medium tank. T-90 or just T-60 with explosive reactor. bunch of neat stuff on it, all over it. It's got some pads that they claim is supposed to be active iron, but I highly doubt it is. I don't even think they know what's a active iron is. We're talking about Russian something. Russian doesn't do anything. Why is this whole this country in the first place? I was new to this game and I decided close your eyes and do it. So I did. Take this one. At the time, this is the biggest ones I figured, okay, this thing did good. I'll make you feel so I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So, and that was right. So fun. So, still grinding it for 15 years. I don't have that much more to go though. I'm getting there. After 15 years, I'm still grinding. The only tanks I have left to grind are the whole thing is these two. And this one. That one. Those are two tier 9 medium tanks. I have to grind this one. That's a tier 9 heavy, 2 balls. Again, I have got to even made this. I think it was on blueprints on because again, I explained to you why they would make the tank 2 barrels. And I stand by that. I have done it. I have funny feeling this is not a good thing. This is not a feasible. It's not feasible to make a tank 2 barrels. Why would you make a tank 2 barrels? You would need 4 loads. It's insane. You would need 1 load to carry it out, help carry the ammo. You need another load and gun. That's 1 gun. Then you need 1 or 2 loaders for the other gun. Otherwise, you're having 2 loaders to carry 1 shell, 1 gun, 1 shell, and another gun. It's a lot of work. But it takes 2 people to load a gun. Think about it. The shells are bigger than that. Okay? So you need 2 people to load a gun. You have to have 2 loaders. This tank has a commander, a gunner, driver, a loader, and a loader. This tank has 2 loaders. Why do you need 2 people to carry shells? These are not small guns. These are not small caliber guns, guys. These are extremely large guns. These are big guns. Seriously, guys. They may look small. Picture the shells of think about this. You have to pick up, only 2 hands, pick up a shell that big and load it into the gun. You need 2 loaders. So having 2 loaders, 2 guns, you need 2 loaders to carry 1 shell, which means you need 4 loaders to carry 2 shells. those guns are very long, right? But the barrels are very thin. It's very thin caliber shells. They're small. So 2 loaders might not be needed for such a low caliber gun. Having 2 loaders is sufficient. That's okay. Even though those guns have very small calibers, you have 2 of them. So it would help to have 2 loaders with 2 guns. It takes 1 loader to load one of those guns. With this tank, the caliber is so big on these guns that it would take 2 people to load 1 shell. So by the time we finish loading 1 gun, you have to grab another shell and load another gun. This gun's now ready to fire again. By the time you get the shell from storage and put it to the gun, this gun's already empty. So, what's the point of having 2 guns and 2 loaders? You can't. 2 loaders cannot load the second one. They can't. Because they have to go, both of them have to go to storage, pick up the shell, both of them have to carry that gigantic shell to the gun, load it into the gun, then go back down and get another one. By the time you do that, carry it back up, empty the shell. Not carry 2 shells at once. It's too big. The caliber of each gun is too large, which means the shells are going to be too big. Which means 1 person cannot carry the shell. 2 people can carry 1 shell. So having 2 guns with a tank this big can never happen in your life, ever. This is only for game purposes. IS-2-2, that technically might happen. IS-2-2, let me show you what. Very careful. The caliber of those guns, right? Now let's show the IS-2-2. Now we're going to look at the caliber of these guns. The difference? The smaller, the thinner. The shells are going to not as fat, which means that as 1 person might be able to carry 1 shell. So having 2 loaders does now make sense. Having 2 loaders, you can now have 2 loaders. 1 loader for this gun, 1 loader for this gun. Why? Because 1 loader can carry 1 shell. IS-3-3, 1 loader cannot carry 1 shell because the caliber is too big. So the shell is too big. It takes 2 loaders to carry 1 shell. The shell is so heavy. So those 2 loaders will carry 1 shell back to the gun to load the gun. The second gun has not been loaded. The first gun is already up. So IS-3-3 is not feasible with 2 loaders. You cannot do it. But with a caliber this small, it is feasible. It is feasible to have 2 loaders with this tank. You can have 2 loaders with this tank. Because the caliber of the shells is so small, so thin, it is possible. It is very much possible to have 2 loaders. could be made in real life. With what we have, looking at us right now, you actually could run this tank with this crew. This crew here could actually run this tank right here. Very powerful. As it stands. It can be done. As long as the caliber is very small. So this tank is doable. I kept this tank and kept this tank. Hoping one day it would go over, because that's something that I honestly didn't realize until recently. I just played and had fun. I didn't realize the size difference in the guns. I mean, yeah, some guns really, some guns are really hard, right? But then you have guns that have small rounds, and you're like, well, why do they hit so hard? I don't understand. Then you have guns with barrels like this. And you want to laugh. How's that little puny doing damage? You see something? You know why this tank does damage? Look at the caliber of that gun. Look at the caliber of that gun. Think of what you're firing this at. You're firing this at a tank with that. At a tank with maybe 10 millimeters or millimeters. Not inches. Millimeters. That's centimeters. That's insane. Millimeters of armor. That's insane. Can you imagine how big the shell must be? The caliber of this gun is insanity. It really is. Let's see if we can get a stat on this thing. I'm dying to know the caliber of this gun. I mean, this is a ridiculous gun. It doesn't even tell you. Say dispersion, aiming time. It doesn't tell you the caliber of the gun. I'm really curious. 152 millimeter. 152 millimeters. That's insane, guys. 152 millimeters. 152 millimeters. Versus an IS-2-2's millimeters. Let's see. $85 millimeters. So you have 102 versus an 85. Big difference. The shells are going to be a lot smaller. This tank, a lot smaller. And if they're smaller, then it can only be one person to carry the shell, not two. So you have two loaders for the two guns. So having two loaders for an IS-2, you can make this happen. You can load it fairly quickly. If you really think about it, you can load it fairly quickly. So having now, let's say you would have the 100 millimeter, right? Okay. Even having a 100 millimeter gun, right? Having a 100 millimeter gun, that's still not that bad. That's still kind of small. It's bigger than the 152. 152. So it's 52 millimeters bigger. 52 millimeters bigger on the this on the KV2. That shell must be like a chunky bitch. I have a funny feeling that KV2. I have a funny feeling that gun. I have a funny feeling this was only made in blueprints. Maybe, I'm not sure, because I can't really see putting an artillery gun on everything. I don't see that happening. 334 manufactured. KV2 tanks were used in action in 1941. Okay, so when they first made the T-34, they manufactured the KV2. When they first manufactured the KV2, it had the smaller gun. It had the 107mm gun, the same gun that's on the IS-2-2. So the idea of having that bigger gun happened later on when they're in the development stage. So think of it. Not a bad thing. When you really think about it, it does make sense. Having that big chunky bitch on there, you have to have a really big, tall turret. Because even though the gun's not long, the shells and the gun are very heavy. So putting that much weight on the front of the tank will cause it to topple. To prevent the tank from toppling forward, they have to either add more weight to it. If they add more weight to it, they'll slow the tank down. The only other thing is add a taller turret. Having a bigger turret will cause the tank to not want to topple over. I mean, if they use that shell with a longer barrel, the tank would just go and just immediately topple over. Because you wouldn't be able to have a gun that big with a tank that light. You would need to have a gun that big. You would have to have a large, a really seriously large torso. It would have to be a really big tank, kind of like the Rata. The Rata, you guys have heard of the Rata, right? That gigantic German land aircraft carrier that they supposedly made blueprints for but never actually manufactured. That thing was like an aircraft carrier on land. It was huge. They never manufactured it. They only had blueprints, and that was it. They didn't even think about making that thing. That thing was not realistic. There's a lot of tanks that were in blueprints and that were never realistic. A lot of the tanks that were not made with just a blueprint are in this game. So if you say, "Oh, this tank sucks," that probably means that tank wasn't made. You have to really know for sure whether the tank was made or not. You really have to right-click, click About Vehicle, and what the game knows about that tank model, it will actually tell you right here. They will mention whatever information they know about that tank, they will mention right here. I mean, they will not hold back. They'll tell you whatever they know right here under historical reference. If if that tank was real or if that tank was just fake. If they just added it to the game, whether the tank was actually real, or the tank only existed like a drawing, or an actual blueprint, or just a drawing of an idea, maybe. Or maybe it was just a thought. So somebody made a quick sketch, but that was it. Never actually made it to blueprints. Sometimes they made tanks. Sometimes tanks was just a simple sketch, and that's it. For example, the Land Cruiser. You know, if you hear of the Land Cruiser, the Germans supposedly had an idea for the gigantic land battleship. This gigantic land battleship, right? It was supposed to have, it's supposed to be gigantic. It was supposed to have these two gigantic treads on it. And it was supposed to be so big. And on the tank itself, it's supposed to have the same turret that they had on the mouse. It's supposed to be mounted all over the stuff. It's supposed to have tons of mouse turrets all over. I mean, this thing was supposed to be gigantic. They never made it. But they never went to blueprints. It was just a sketch, and that was it. So, that's an example of, the only thing they did make was they made the treads. They only made the treads. And do you guys really want to know what the treads are? I'll give you a hint. When was the last time you saw NASA launch a space shuttle? Okay? Now, what do they do when they launch a space shuttle? They have this thing, this stupid thing crawling out, right? It drags the space shuttle to a launch pad. The space shuttle comes off that thing. Another thing that takes the space shuttle out to the launch zone, those are the treads to Land Cruiser. They actually had the brass balls to start manufacturing. The treads for that crawler are the treads to the German Land Cruiser. So they actually manufactured an E100 but did not make the turret. They made the turret for the mouse, but did not manufacture the hull. So the tank museum decided to take the turret for the mouse and the hull E100 and put them together and have it on display on the tank museum. So they call it E100. In reality, it's only the hull is the E100. The turret is a mouse. Now think of it. If they actually did make this Land Cruiser thing, supposedly quote-unquote Land Cruiser, it would have had 14 or 25 of those mouse turrets all over. On that crawler, that space shuttle crawler. Can you picture the space shuttle crawler with those turrets on top of it? That's insane. That space shuttle, that crawler, the space shuttle runs on, is gigantic. If you've ever gone to Kennedy Space Center, you've ever seen the space shuttle launch, if you've ever seen the space shuttle crawler move, that thing moves like 1 mile per hour. It's so slow. But it's huge. It's gigantic. It carries that gigantic space shuttle. That is the German Land Cruiser. That's the crawl that was supposed to manufacture. That they only made the treads for. The United States took it and used it for NASA. They gave it to NASA. And so NASA used the treads, the Land Cruiser, and used that to keep their space shuttle. They use that to transport the space shuttle out to the landing pad. At least it's getting used. Well, at least it got it. At least they use it. They use it for good purposes, not bad purposes. I mean, there's things in this world that people invent, but people use them, and they use them the wrong way. For example, let's say atomic. The right way to use atomic is nuclear energy, like power plants and stuff like that. The wrong way to use nuclear is bombs. We all know why. Because remember, end of World War II, when the bomb dropped on Hiroshima, it left nothing but dust. After that, not one person ever did that. The bomb was never tested, ever, in real life conditions. That was the only time anybody in the world ever tested that bomb under real life conditions. After that, everybody else in the world has them, but they never use them. For that one reason. Because they know what they're capable of. Why use them if they're going to wipe everybody off the face of the earth? Why is everybody going to use them? Just leave them there. Don't touch them. Leave them alone. Make sure that the wrong people don't get their hands on it. That's the name of the game. If you really think about it, people have an opportunity to get their hands on stuff that they really shouldn't get their hands on. That I see as a big mistake. Because some people are wrong. They'll use things they know about. Okay, see that? Maybe you see that right there in the background. Click the ship. Click Blood Resources. That's basically as far as so that's really all I have to do. I could probably play a couple of games with you guys. guys see anybody playing artillery? I guess I can play artillery. This is a tier 10 Alpha T-61 artillery on the USSR side. This is a tier 10 tank, so you have to have the tier 10. You have to tier 10 on this tank. Let's swing this tank. It is extremely expensive. It's very hard to get. It's extremely expensive. It's hard. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's hard. So, there is 2 loaders with this small. Because the caliber of the guns, see for yourself. That is the same caliber as a KB2. Except the fact that that's the same caliber as a KB2 is T10. That's scary. The KB2 has a small gun, very small. So it's short. But the shell, that big, that's scary. That's really, really scary. Picture that, dropping on the top of the tank. The top of the tank, as you know, look pretty sure you guys. The top, the tank armor. Just for those who guys don't know, we're not here for that video. I'll bring this IS-7 back to the garage and show you what top armor looks like on the tank. This is kind of what you see. Now, if you were to drop a shell on top of an IS-7, you're going to drop it where the engine is right here, right? Because if the engine goes, the whole tank will shut down. Engine is connected to the fuel tank. The fuel tank is not outside like the KB series is. The fuel tank is hidden. But the fuel tank is connected to the engine. So if you take out the engine, the fuel tank will go with it and the whole thing will explode. Now look at the engine. There's 30 millimeters of armor covering the engine. That's it. 30 millimeters of armor covering the engine. That's not a lot, guys. Think about this for a second. The only thing stopping you from the roof is sheet metal. That's it. There's no armor. Look at the top of the turret. That's sheet metal. There's nothing. There's zero armor here. This is just plain steel. That's it. Ordinary steel. Some of this isn't even steel. Some of this is just a grating. Right here and right here. These are exhaust grates. This is wide open space right here. This is not even metal. So think about this. Think about it. When you're playing an artillery piece, you're not gonna aim directly from the turret. You can. Most people do. You're going to try and find where the back of the tank is. When you're looking at a tank overhead, right? You're playing artillery, you're aiming overhead. If you could see the front of the tank, try and aim for right, not the turret, but in back of the turret. The hull, upper hull, and back of the turret. The place right here is always a weak spot. Here and here is always a weak spot on the top. No matter what tank you're playing in this game, the weakest armor in the tank is always here and here. Places where normal tanks can't reach. Artillery now that you know this, you're playing a game with an artillery piece. It should be easy, right? So let me explain to you guys what. It's not easy hitting the spots. When you're playing artillery, you're not taking straight shots on them. You're shooting at them, you're shooting a shot outside the battlefield. And that shot has to have a marked trajectory. For example, you're here. going to do damage to your teammates. This is very extremely careful. We're talking extremely careful, guys. You have to be very Let's jump into another battle. Let's jump in another battle with the artillery and show you guys more stuff. Let's see. Let's show you guys a little. By the time he gets over here, so all we can do is stay in the spot.
Move. Crew, bail out. Get to the chopper.
That's what happened. that's it. That's all I did. So I did that. This one could use upgrade. This one could take that back. Usually can hold their own. Our heavies suck. So sometimes that does happen. The line doesn't hold and you're screwed. So you guys artillery, you the artillery have a choice. Either help the heavies and screw the rest of them, or help the guys that need help, desperately need help, and screw the heavies. I mean, you can't do both. Because by the time you get the scope off the outside of the battlefield, you could have fired 2 shots. So it takes so long to get the scope. So it takes so long to move your scope across the battlefield. It's best to pick a spot, stay there, or go nearby. You know? So you get out before many actions. Why am I just going to shoot? If I know it's going to hit, I'm going to shoot. Okay, we're going to put a tank destroyer. Okay, tier 10 tank destroyer. By the way, the AA gun in the back doesn't work. Just to show you. Just so you know. That AA gun in the back doesn't work. It'd be nice if it did though.
combustion engine. This vehicle's like my uncle's car. I promise I'll handle it with care.
Yes, sir.
Now, sit there.
That's on target. Finished. Let's head back to the Enterprise to regroup.
I have two loads. last man standing is kind of sucks. All you can do is just sit back and start Makes sense. Okay. Financial report. Check the finances. You made $6,000. Those are in the plus, not the minus. Always make sure you're in the plus, not the minus. So that was successful. You don't need this. You might not need this. Yes, we do. We have to unlock all of this. So we do need this. So priming these tanks, we can do that. So it does make sense to play two tanks because take him out for another one. As you can see, we already did. Hopefully, I have a good board where I can actually have a decent height. So there are some boards where you like they have these thick forested areas with bushes in between. I like those. artillery as a scare tactic to give your teammates a chance to I never actually use my artillery to kill them. I try to kill something with it, yes. Mostly I try to use it as a scare tactic. So if I don't want somebody to go this way because I'm afraid they're gonna backstrike them, I'll hit them in one place to scare them away and make them go another way. Artillery has the ability to control the battlefield, so to speak. For example, if you're running the battle right now and you see somebody, there's a building, right? And you see your guy is approaching here. And you see on the radar 2 heavies coming this way, side by side. And they're staying close to the building. They're thinking that artillery will be able to shoot them. But what I can do is I can take a shot in front where they're gonna pop up right here at a time, knowing I'm hitting nothing. They're gonna see that, they're gonna back off and get scared. If they back off, this guy might be able to be smart enough to turn around and shoot them from behind. So you might be able to work with your teammates to develop a strategy on how to kill them quicker. I try to use the artillery as a scare tactic to try and get the opponents to do something stupid so that my teammates can capitalize on that. It's not quite what it's supposed to be used for, but it works in my favor every single time. I may never get kills with this thing. My team, 9 times out of 10, wins. So already I'm doing something right. So I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm doing everything right. Every team I'm on when I'm playing artillery, 9 times out of 10 we usually don't lose. So which means I'm doing something right. So artillery that only goes for the kill, that's selfish. Artillery is not meant to kill people. Artillery is supposed to be there for support. Artillery is meant to be a support structure. You're supposed to run your artillery to support your teammates in case they need help. Just in case. can take a chance and play tanks that we don't play, just to show you guys some stuff. So, alright, so we have chip tank. This thing is it's supposed to look like this. So now this has a 3D style on it as well. And the original tank looked like that. This tank is not my favorite tank to play. One reason why it treads. It treads. See that? It's so wide. They're actually wide. I don't know why that is. Yeah. It has two lights. So, why the hell would we have lights? But anyway, let's take this one out. Actually, as soon as I got this thing, I'm gonna play it.
A king is not satisfied until he rules everything.
That's funny. No, got the bid. Yeah, you get the good game as he usually does. Damage caused to enemy vehicles. Damage caused to enemy vehicles. 1 tank destroyed. 702 experience was gained by that one shot. And I killed this guy. And I killed a can opener. I honestly didn't think I'd be able to. Oh, can openers don't have 2 barrels? Wow. That's crazy. So can openers are not invincible. I just proved it. Everybody's, oh, can openers are invincible. I just proved they're not. I killed them. There's proof right there, guys. You see it. I'll show you again. There's 1 kill. There's me. I got 1 kill. And I think the guy I killed was the guy driving the can. Unfortunately for me, I didn't get an award, but I don't expect awards. I don't expect anything. As long as they pay me money. And of course, I won. The tank didn't have to be repaired. I did. I didn't break anything, but I had to repair it. I forgot someone shot the track and then they repaired it. They can't. Somebody breaks the track and the team repairs it. Now, it's a repair kit. If the team repairs it, then it's going to cost me for repairs. Okay. One thing I forgot that's very important. When you're playing this game, if you survive, okay? Let's say somebody blows your track and breaks the radio, okay, in your tank. You survive, alright, but you lost money like I did, right? Let me explain what went on. Now, auto repair vehicle. Why did they have to repair my vehicle if it survived? Why? Because if you blow a track, if they blow your track out and the crew repairs it, it has to be repaired when you get back out of the game. Because that's only a temporary patch. If you use a repair kit when something breaks and don't let the team repair it, it will not cost you money for repairs when you get back out. So as soon as something breaks, you have to repair it with the repair kit immediately. Otherwise, it's going to cost you money when you get back out of the back out into the garage. Do you understand? That's a little way to save money. Make sure you're repairing anything that breaks. Do not let anybody repair anything, because as soon as the team repairs it, it's going to cost you money. Make sure everything in the tank is fine by the time you come back. If you won, you survived, make sure nothing is repaired. Make sure everything is fixed. Do not allow the crew. If the crew is going to fix it before the game ends, make sure you repair it back to normal. It doesn't matter if it costs you a repair kit. Who cares? It's going to cost you $9,000 to repair that part all over again anyway. Because even though they repaired it, it wasn't a repair. It was only a temporary patch. It's like them throwing duct tape on something. It's like them throwing duct tape over a hole in the armor. You know? It's only a temporary patch. It's not meant to be permanent. As soon as we get back to the garage, that patch needs to be fixed properly. So always make sure you use your repair kits. I forget to use my repair kits all the time. I never use them. I have repair kits off the wazoo. I forget every single time. It's just the way things roll, you know? Repair kits are something that was introduced in the game on the first day it came out. And people always tend to make the crew fix it. Honestly, I usually do that. I'm too lazy. I'm lazy. I'm the first one to admit that I'm lazy. I'm too busy trying to keep myself alive. I'm not the greatest player in the world. When it comes to strategies, I know I'm probably the best strategist in this game. I'm not the best player, but I'm the best strategist. I know exactly where each person should go, what they should do, what their job is, depending on how much I know the people in the game. If I'm playing with my clan and I know all my clan members and what their strengths and weaknesses are, I can come up with the best strategy known to man. We will win our game every single time. Guaranteed. If I know each and every person on my team at the back of my hand, I guarantee you, my team will win every single goddamn time, regardless of what tank they're playing. We will win every time. It's all about strategy. I don't care. It's not about which player is the best player, which player is playing gold rounds, which player is cheating, which player is not cheating. It doesn't matter. Whoever has the best strategy is going to win. I guarantee you. I don't give a crap if you have an entire team of can openers. I will take my team of my friends with whatever tanks they feel like playing, and we will beat the crap out of every single one of those goddamn can openers. We'll tear them apart. Why? Because our strategy is 10 times better than those tanks. This game is all about strategy. Since day one, I've known this, but I've never been able to I've never been able to use it or put it into action because I never had enough people to play with at the same time that I know. So, the people that I do know are on the East Coast of the U.S. Those are the people that I used to play with a lot. I'm on a clan. Yes, I'm in a clan right now. That is true. But the clan is not on at the same time I am. So, as you can tell, that's my clan. You cannot on. So, where I'm living right now, it's rare, if not impossible, to get home. So, it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. So, all my strategies, say, work great if I had fights in the team. If I don't have a team, the strategies I have, those game-winning strategies that I'm in right now, that's all I had. Don't jack. Don't jack shit. Those strategies don't do any good. And why? Because nobody's going to listen to them. That's why. Not one person in this game won't listen to them. They're like, leave me alone, I'm playing the game. So, meanwhile, I spend all this time telling them strategy. And where you're playing the game, so I waste all this time telling them strategy. And no one listens to me. If I turn this type of strategy out, they already have to do that. So, why should I bother helping them out if they don't do anything? So, my game strategy is jack shit. So, if the team is not going to listen to the strategies, my strategy, there's no line there's we are a team. We meaning people. Everybody on that team is supposed to work as one person. Everybody in that team is supposed to help each other. When you're playing this game, you push that battle button, nobody works as a team. Everybody does whatever they feel like doing. Hope to God. People follow. For example, lower tier, I'll show you what it's going to tier 8. Tier 8's the perfect way to show you guys what play a tank and play more. This is a those are the that been saying it's tank that I've played before. It's called the ST66. It is a tier 8 medium. Yes, this is a medium tank. How is this a medium tank? This is the treads of T-34 medium tank. Okay? These are the treads of T-34 medium tank. They took a tier 10 chassis, a tier 8 gun, a tier 4 medium, and a tier 10 gun. Threw it all in one big war game, through all that in one tank. This is a heavy tanks gun. A medium tanks turret. A heavy tanks chassis. And 2 medium tank treads. Tracks. All slapped in one mishmash. This tank, there's no way in hell this tank can if anything, they might have made it and looked at it and went, hell, this thing's going to survive. And probably just said, no problem. So, it's a game. This game is fun. I bought this tank because I think this looks fun. It's not going to last anymore. It's fun to go inside. I purchased tanks Try to see what I can get away with in this tank, what I can't get away with, what I can't do, what I can't do. See what I can do. That's what I have premium tanks for. I play 1, we got credit for capturing. We got credit for we got credit for special gas, a healthy amount of credits, and a healthy amount of experience. Because it's a premium tank, we got double the experience. We got 2 times the experience. Premium tanks, whether you know it or not, premium tanks always get 2 times the experience, 2 times the credits. Since the first start of the game, since they introduced the first premium tanks, that's always been the rules. A premium tank is going to give you 2x experience, 2x credits. They never mention it, ever, when you buy them. But the very first premium tank I purchased, the one thing they said to me was, right there in bold print, all premium tanks that you purchase with gold, only premium tanks that are purchased with gold get 2 times the experience, 2 times the credit boost. Every single game. Only premium tanks purchased with gold. Example, if you get a premium tank through the Christmas special, you will not get that bonus. It's just a premium tank you got for free. That's it. This tank I purchased with gold. So naturally I will get that bonus. So that's why you see right here. In the financial report, it will not say that in the financial report. All it says is hobby ops bonus. And that's it. Now, as part of the earn for battle, that's what it is. Now, if I had a standard account, I would have gotten 18,000. Now, if this was a normal, if this was not a, if this was not a premium tank, I probably would have made about 16 or 15,000. So, you figure about 15, having a premium tank, I gained 4,000 more credits. If I had a standard account, I would have gotten 4,000 credits more. Just because I played a premium tank. So having a premium tank with premium accounts really does make a difference. Because you get things like this. You get things like this when you really didn't do a whole hell of a lot. I mean, look at the experience I got. 684. Seriously, does that merit 43,000? 683 experience. I earned 683 experience. Okay? Now, I have no boosters active. Nothing. I have no boosters whatsoever. Nothing. None of them are active. How did I get this and this? Now, if I had a normal account, I would have gotten 19 and 456. So I would have gotten 200. I got 200 points more experience, and I got 2,000. I got 4,000 more credits having a premium account. Now, if I had a premium account with the boosters, I would have gotten double. I would have gotten 28 doubled. So, and if it was the first victory each day, my experience would have been doubled as well. So my experience would have been like 3,000 that game. If I had the boosters all on full and it was the first victory for the day, my experience would have been at 3,000 for that game. So it's all about when you play the game and how much boost you have for that game. That depends on how much experience you'll get. It really does help. These are things that normal people will not tell you about. No, these are things that normal people don't really care. You know, they just play to win. They play because they say, oh, they play because they'll tell you, oh, it's all about play this tank because you can kill people with it more, you can get this more, you can get that more. I'm the first one to tell you, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. All I give a shit about is making sure the books are balanced, making sure the money I don't lose, make sure I don't lose money, make sure I always try to gain, even if it's like 4 credits gain, I'll make sure I gain something. If I'm losing money, I'll go down a tier. I'll go down a tier. If I'm losing money, I'll go down a tier. That's why you won't see me play tier 10s a lot, because a lot of times I'll lose money. But if I ever lose money at tier 10, I will stop playing it until next time. And I will try playing another tier 10 next time. I try not to lose money. I try my very best. And if tanks like this, I'm making a lot of money. Next time I will try playing maybe 2 gold rounds if I need it. If I'm gaining money a lot and I don't really need it, I will try playing gold rounds, maybe 1 or 2 gold rounds with that battle. I think it's not a big deal because if I'm making a lot of money with this tank, I can't lose. So you can't lose money, so you're fine. As long as you're gaining money a lot, you can use 1, maybe 2 gold rounds if you want. The people who dump 14 gold rounds and they use only gold rounds, you're a retarded moron. Because I'm telling you right now, that's going to cost you a lot of money in the long run. You're going to have nothing left over. And you're going to have to purchase all that money in gold and convert it over. And you're blowing hundreds and hundreds of dollars of real money into this game. You don't need to spend anything. All you have to do is just be smart, not stupid. Play the game. Have fun. Have fun. Play the game. Don't be stupid. Play smart. You play smart and have fun, things will work out. It also helps in tuning into those YouTubers like Cookie Baby and all them. They're very smart people. They know what they're talking about. They're very smart people and they know exactly what they're doing. It really pays to keep an eye on them and listen to what they say. Whatever they're saying, it really does make a difference. It really does. What I'm telling you does make a difference because nobody's going to tell you this. I'm telling you logistics, money-wise, how to balance the books. They're going to tell you gameplay. It's something I don't really pay attention to. I really just play to have fun. I don't pick the game apart. I don't like picking games apart. If somebody plays a good game, I will tell them, you played a very good game, great job. I won't nitpick their game because I don't like doing it. it's not my place to pick somebody's game apart. If they screwed up, I'll say, listen, you did mess up once here, you did this. Try to do this next time. I will notice one thing per game, if it's obvious. If I notice it, everybody else in the game notices it too. So, there's no point telling them everybody else what you told them already. So, and if I do tell them, then it's really stupid. Because if somebody does something really stupid, I will say something. Because it's rare for somebody to do something that stupid. It really and truly is rare for somebody to do something. Although I have seen people do something really stupid. I have seen some very stuff. Trust me, I've seen some This is called the T-103. So, a tank destroyer with a turret. Technically, this would be classified as a heavy tank, except for the fact that it has a gun that shouldn't be on a heavy tank. It should be on a normal, non-turreted tank destroyer. The only difference is that the huge turret with that huge gun, heavy tank chassis, they call it tank destroyer, which it is. Because this tank has a tank destroyer gun. This is the same gun we put on tank destroyer. The only difference is they have heavy tank chassis. So that's the difference. It's odd. You're going to see a lot of tanks in this game that don't make much sense. You have to understand a lot of these tanks in this game are blueprints or sketches. And a lot of times they're not my tanks are actually those of the tanks that are on tank trees. For example, on a T-34. Those remain. Those actually T-34 was spotted in Ukraine. I'm dead serious. The T-34 was T-34-85 in particular was spotted in Ukraine. A single T-35 was captured by the Ukrainians and taken back to their own territory. A World War II tank was recovered by the Ukrainians. They were astounded when they saw it. They could not believe their eyes. They could absolutely not believe their eyes. Knowing that the Russians have millions of tanks in storage, they're using museum pieces for the fireworks. 60s were invented. So those 5 models that were very prevalent, those 5 models were very prevalent, all gone. Every one of them gone. The plain white, all the 290s out, all the 80s out, all the 60s. So what else is left? The storage yards are empty, or the tanks are there, but they're so broken. They're probably so old, so rusty. They probably have hundreds of thousands of tanks in storage. The tanks are probably so dilapidated, so broken, they can't fix it. They're beyond fixing. They're parts. That's it. That's all they are. They're just there for parts. Real life. The game you play real life, there's no such things. A lot of these tanks are made to save your life. Yes, you see weak spots in this game. They will show you all the weak spots of these tanks. 80% of those weak spots are real life weak spots. Some of them are a little bit just for the game, you know what I mean? Like the ones here, like I would say here, the Russians would probably not have weak armor on the bottom or over here. The Russians would probably have halfway decent armor here and here. Now, here, these are machine gun turrets. They would not have strong armor here or here. Here and here, damn strong armor. Not only that, the turrets around it, so the shot's gonna bounce and ping off. Plus, armor's so thick you can't go straight. This is 260 millimeters thick. Nothing is going through the mantle. Nothing. Nothing. Not even at a time. It's going through the mantle. It's so thick. Now, you have to understand, whenever you're aiming at a gun, never aim at the mantle. Ever. The thickest part of the armor is always right here. Why is it like that? Because the weight of the gun, the tank is here, turret's up here, the gun sticking out of the front. That gun, the shell is pulling, gravity is pulling that gun down, okay? So now, gravity wants that gun to go down. You want it to stay where it is, which means that whatever's holding that gun in place has to be strong. Now, if you really think about it, now, if you really think about it, all that weight shoving, all that weight pushing on that mantle, it's going to rip the turret. It's going to rip a hole. All that weight pushing on the mantle is going to rip a hole in the turret. And the weight alone, all that tremendous amount of weight pushing on that turret is going to rip a hole in the turret. So the armor has to be so thick that has to withstand the sheer weight pushing down on this area. This area is under such a tremendous amount of stress. The millimeters is 450 millimeters thick. It has to be. Because the weight of the gun is so heavy that it would have, if it didn't have that thick of an armor, it would have tore a big hole. The gun is so heavy, it would have tore a big hole in the turret. Would have been a big hole in the turret. The gun would land on the floor. So naturally, the mantle has to be the strongest possible armor ever made. The mantle has to be so strong. Has to be. Because the gun is so heavy that it's pushing weight down. Gravity is pushing it down. And gravity is really evil. We all know that. Most of us have been alive for quite a long time. And we know what gravity is capable of. And depending on how heavy you are, gravity is going to do more damage. So if you weigh a ton, and you're jumping off a 40-foot building, you're going to hit that ground so hard that you're going to smash it in a million pieces. If you weigh about 2 pounds, you're going to fall off the Empire State Building. You're not going to take near as much damage as the guy has whatever that thing weighs a ton. The thing that weighs a ton, you can shatter it into pieces. The thing that weighs 2 pounds, you just fall off the building, is barely going to take any damage. You can take more and has time to get down. Gravity only does damage to things that weigh more. If they weigh more, naturally they're going to have more protection. And protection does not help you when you're traveling that fast, that long. Armor and protection does jack shit. Again, when you're up against things like this, up against gravity. Gravity is the one thing that humanity can't defeat. Gravity is the one battle you can't win. You can't win against gravity. Gravity is the one thing that cannot be stopped. It's the one law that stays true to this day. Whatever goes up must come down. So naturally, around the mantle has to be the strongest armor known to man. If not, the tank gun will fall and rip right off the turret. Which, another reason why armor around the mantle is strong as well. See that? The 220? That's 145. That's 100. Why is this less? This is not connected to the turret. The turret is right here. Anything part of the turret, none of it's yellow. See that? It's either red or purple or orange. Orange, red, and purple. That's what the entire turret is. Plus, the turret's round, which means that the turret's round, that's more of a chance it's going to ricochet. So, you'd be a dumbass bitch attempt to hit the turret. Never in your million, never in your wildest dream, ever be able to hit direct hit, get a direct hit on the turret. Never. It's round, and it's heavily armored. Why? Well, the back, you can. Why? See that? That's the door. Doors don't have very big armor. This has 60 millimeters of armor. That's it. Why? Because this is your door. Open this up, the crew escapes out of that door. Now think of it. Try to find another door. See if another door exists. Let's get out of the armor. Go back to the door. Try and find it. Let's take a look. Now this, right here, I'll tell you guys right now, this, is that right there? That's a vent. That's where the smoke comes out. Engine is right here. This is where they work on the engine right here. That's the door for the engine. See? So this is the engine and the fuel tank. The fuel tank is probably in here with the engine. So they're smart. Instead of putting the fuel tanks in this terminal, very smart. But the rear is always a mistake. Honestly, the rear is always a mistake. Well, small sound with an engine in the front. I can show you that too. The only thing that's in the front is the commander, the driver, and the radio man. The driver usually sits right here. The commander usually sits right here. The radio man usually sits behind. The gunner usually sits right here. And the loaders usually are standing either here or down here. If they have two loaders, they usually have one standing above and one standing below. Below retrieves shells and transfers them up to the top. The guy on top puts them in the holes. Shells are stored down here and transferred to the top. If they have two loaders, that's what they do. They have one down here, one on top. The one on top grabs the shells off the walls and loads them into the gun. The one at the bottom retrieves all the shells from the bottom, brings them, drags them up top. The guy who's up top puts them in the holders. And when they're done, all the shells are empty down here. He climbs up here and he helps load the gun. That's why these tanks usually have two loaders. If the tank is tall, they need one guy to handle the shells. And one guy to load the gun. Or if the shell is big enough, they need two people to hold the shell. Because 9 times out of 10 the shell is weight a lot. So you can't just like turn it. A lot of times they have carts. A lot of times they ran the carts into this wall. Flip the switch and the shell comes out of the wall. Drops onto the cart. Turn the cart around, bring it to the gun, load the shell onto the gun, and that's it, done. That's why a lot of times you see artillery on the top. Because they don't have roofs, because why do they need hiding in bushes and shrubbery? Why weigh them down? Artillery does not need it. Not going up against anything. There's no point in giving artillery. Because if somebody spots them, theirs goes dead. So think about this. Really, really think about this. those two models were absolutely the oldest models in history. The T-34 and the KV are so that two best tanks right now. To this day, Russia included, T-34 and the KV are the two best tanks. Hands down. KV-1 speed was able to outmaneuver most of the Indian tanks. That was a heavy tank. But because it did not have a huge gun, lacked environment. But it gained back. We only have to stop. We only have to stop and take a look. Things are not always the way they are. This game is meant to be fun. This game to me, is a lot of fun. I love this game. Sometimes I really like to get into detail. Sometimes I like to get involved in the story. Sometimes I like to find out the real version of these tanks. And I do. I'm really surprised when I find out that some of these tanks were created in real life, some no. For example, the example of a tank that was made in real life. IS-3A. You guys have all heard about the IS-3 in this game, right? What if I told you IS-3A actually exists? I'm dead serious. IS-3A actually existed. It did. Dead serious. IS-3A existed. I'm telling you guys right now, it's true. God's my witness. This was a real tank. This tank was made, was manufactured, but they manufactured it after World War II. So this tank spent its days on the Victory Day parades in the Soviet Union. Every time Soviet Union, even Russia still to this day celebrates Victory Day. Victory Day is the day World War II ended. They call it Victory Day. They still celebrate that holiday to this day. And they used to parade this tank right now, you're looking at right now. They used to parade this up and down the parade grounds, that the T-34 and KB. They used to parade that up and down the parade grounds. Prior to the Soviet Union, up and down the parade grounds. They probably still have this rusting away somewhere, and they probably can't use it. This tank was manufactured, not in large quantities, but was manufactured, yes. IS-3 was manufactured. IS-3A has an oil. That was also manufactured because they experimented with oils. They experimented with KV. They tried to put an oil on the KV. And it didn't work out that well. They couldn't keep the ammo protected. So, autoloader on the KV did not work out that well. Autoloader on the IS-3, on the other hand, was not bad. And the reason why autoloader on the IS-3 T90, IS-3 had thicker armor on the turret. The T90 is a medium tank with oil. If you remember what I told you about medium tanks, armor thickness on a medium tank is not anywhere close to the armor thickness on a heavy. If you're going to have an oil loader, you're going to put oil on the heavy tank. Why? Because the turret is supposed to be the thickest part of the armor with the entire tank. So you're going to want to store all that ammunition into the turret. The turret has to be big. It has to be heavily armored. All that ammunition has to be protected. The gunner and the loaders have to be protected at all times. And you're going to have the business end, all the sensitive stuff down below with less armor. This way, God forbid, the turret won't fly off. You won't have a turret tossing contest like you see with the T90s. Because the armor, the turret of the T90s is not thick enough. Why? Because those T90s are medium tanks. They're not heavy tanks. You remember what I said about medium tanks? Medium tanks don't have armor thick enough to support a penetrating hit. Let's say you take, let's say in the game, you take, I'm trying to think of tanks I know. Let's say you took an IS-3, and you took an armor-piercing round and aimed it at a T-34's turret, right at the mantle of T-34's turret. Now, IS-3 is considered a Cold War tank, mind you. Legally, IS-3 never saw actual battle. Only thing it did was parade up and down the parade grounds in the former Soviet Union. That's it. They made it and used it as parades. Used it in parades. They never actually used IS-3 for battle. Never. So think about this for a minute. How? Really honestly think about this. How? How can you possibly have a tank as big as that? How can you manufacture and make a tank as big as that? And honestly say that that's your main battle tank? Why? Why would you waste all that money, all that tooling, all that manufacturing, and you could just make the T-34s? The T-34s are small, they're cheap, they're easy, they're fast, they're lightweight. Call that your main battle tank. That's the reason why heavy tanks are discontinued, because they're too heavy, they cost too much money to make, and they cost too much money to repair. It's all that money. Heavy tanks have been discontinued all across the board. Main battle tanks are now medium tanks. Your average main battle tank of the United States would be the M1A1 Abrams. M1A1 Abrams tank is actually, it looks like a heavy tank, but in reality, it's classified as a medium tank, even though it's only about 35 tons. So technically it is a heavy tank. But due to its size and speed, it's considered a medium tank. what classifies a tank as a medium and heavy? Me personally, I think what classifies a tank as medium and heavy, medium versus heavy, is the amount of space the tank takes up. That's what I think. I may not be right. I may be totally wrong. But that's my opinion. My opinion is I think the difference between medium tank and heavy tank takes up more space. If you have a tank that looks like this on the battlefield, right? We're marching two of these down the battlefield. Let's say Russia's down, two of these hanging around the battlefield, something. Let's say Ukraine saw this big, let's say big push coming down the battlefield. Ukraine would have to feel there with this thing. They would take this thing out in no time at all. All of those they're using modern techniques to take out tanks. Tanks in general are becoming slowly updated. Thanks to Ukraine. They have to. Because what Ukraine is doing is they don't need it. They were given a Challenger and maybe two Challengers from the UK and two Abrams from the US. I think they have the Challengers. One of the Abrams will be used in assault mission to take over Kherson. Another one was used for defense. Two Challengers they have on defense, I believe they have right now. So, technically, those are main battle tanks. Those are meant to go right on the battlefield. But they're not using them. They're using pickup trucks and they're using drones, stuff like that. Why? Because it's all about money. They're trying to do their best to save as much money as possible so they can last in the wars. They're trying to do their best so that they don't run out of money. Because if they run out of money, then they'll be able to have the money to purchase. See, Ukraine cannot manufacture their own weapons. They have to purchase weapons from outside sources. Which is one of the reasons why they were in drones. They were given so many shells. And the only thing they could use, they were giving tens of thousands of shells. The only thing that could fire those shells were artillery guns. AA guns. You know? AA guns or artillery guns. Now honestly, how many times is Ukraine going to fire their artillery? They're not going to fire artillery on territory. Of course, they're going to fire on Russian territory. Now, Russian territory has now become the Ukrainian territory has now become Russian territory. So Ukraine can't even go near their border to fire their artillery. They can't reach it. So they have to find a way of getting the artillery shells to go off the territory. Hence the reason why the drones were made. They created those little quadcopter drones with their artillery shells trapped. And they just suicide kamikaze destroyed the whole target. There it goes. Absolutely brilliant strategy. brilliant strategy on that part. Absolutely brilliant. For a country that had little to no money, just use what they had. That is by far the most brilliant strategy I've ever seen. Absolutely brilliant. They can go wherever they want, hit whatever they want, and no one will take it. No one takes casualties. The casualties are kept at a very low level. I'm very impressed. So you don't need these gigantic monstrosities anymore. These things cost $1 million, $2 million, $4 million, $10 million, whatever the Abrams ones, that might be. It's somewhere around $4 or $5 million. And then when M1A1 $6 million, I think. Challenger, no idea. I can't you guys, you know excuse me if I kind of suck at that. All I know is that both tanks are very expensive. So, and they're given with them very good care. So, rather than make the countries man of them, the tanks fall into the wrong hand, destroyed beyond compassion, they can't be thrown back. If they go into the wrong hands, then they can be first engineered, and then they're caught. So, then they have a big problem on their hands. So, really think about it. You really have to keep your eyes open. And really make sure that what you're using is going to be able to go there, do its job, and still come back in one piece on its own. If it can't come back on its own, can it be risked? Can you risk that item even out of the home? Can you risk it? Now, they will only give it 2 Abrams and 2 Challengers. My guess is Ukraine was smart. They would keep them on defense, keep them guarded, keep them close to guarding the capital. But those are the best tanks that they can have. If they would have tanks, they can have those tanks. Because those tanks are the best on the planet right now. Right now, those are the most solid tanks I've ever seen. So they should be guarding the capital. Those tanks alone, and only those tanks. Send everything else out. Keep all the tanks that everyone else gave them for defense. The reason being is because this way, the enemy cannot get their hands on any of those tanks that they destroy. As long as the tanks are on friendly territory, the enemy cannot capture. See, if the enemy is bad, if the enemy gets their hands on friendly's attack, then whatever's left of it, we can reverse engineer it. And then that's where things like the tornado. So if Russia ever gets a hand on friendly's tank, they'll realize what it is on their tank. And they'll try to replicate it. For example, let me give you an example. those blocks. You know those little blocks on the turret, around the turret? The turret looks like a flying saucer, right? On the top and bottom of the turret, goes to the point, you have those blocks all over it. That each block is supposed to be active on. All they do is attach these blocks to the actual T60 turret, T80 turret. That's what they do. And if something hits those blocks, an explosion goes off, and it immediately sets off the shell. The explosion sets off the shell explodes. Therefore, the shell cannot go farther, cannot penetrate the tank, because the armor explodes. So, if the shell ever touches an explosive reactive armor, the explosive reactive armor goes off, it explodes, and sets off the shell before it penetrates. That's what the job is. Apparently, it does its job. But the problem is when they're supposed to react to armor, all it does is leave blocks. All they do is leave blocks. We're going to end it that's supposed to be our armor to safe. They don't know is, but that armor is not actual armor. That armor is just squares. The thing is, you have to have normal armor, and then it's supposed to react on top of it. What they did was, they put a sheet metal. So, Ukraine took full advantage of the situation and sent drones aplenty with artillery shells strapped to them right for the turret rings. It set up all the ammunition in the turret because all the tanks have built-in orbital rooms. Now, you're probably looking at me like, Mike, what does the oil have to do with a turret flying? Well, let me tell you something about oil wells. When you're loading a gun in a tank, from World War II, you have shells that are strapped to the walls, okay? Holes, right? So, you usually have two loaders in a tank. One loader that grabs the shells and brings it to the gun and gives it to the second loader. That second loader grabs that shell, loads it into the gun. Well, the first person goes back down, shell and he's passing it up to the person on top after he's done. That's what happens. With the autoloader, you have a cartridge. You have the two loaders loading up the cartridge. Now, you probably have two cartridges, my guess. And both cartridges are loaded. So, when one cartridge is used up completely, to hand another cartridge up to this first loader. And the second loader loads that cartridge. My guess is they probably have two cartridges on top. This is why the hole and the turns are so tall. Whenever you have autoloaders in a tank, the turrets have to be tall. You're not loading shells, you're loading actual cartridges filled with shells. So all you have to do is aim for the places where the cartridges are going to be, penetrate the armor, and the whole turret will fly off. That's all you have to do. It's not hard. Okay, so you have one guy take out the explosive reactor arm, second guy take out the turret, boom, blows the top off. Victory! Hence, that's exactly what the Ukrainians did. That's exactly what the Ukrainians did. That's one reason why the Russian army lost every single T-90 that they owned. They did exactly that. They blew the turrets clear off the tanks every single time. And didn't use one single tank. Not one tank. All they used were Bradleys. Bradleys, and they used drones. Used Bradleys, drones, and artillery. That's it. They didn't use any tanks at all whatsoever. Only Bradleys, drones, and artillery. That's it. Navy. I don't know. Navy they use land units too. I don't know. But all I know is that it's hard. So in the end I end up going on. I just want you guys to know that I mainly have this live because I want you guys to know that the daily to do I already went over the same process with this. I already went over some daily stuff with this. I want to do one more tutorial without having to go into it. I also want to go over some tactics. I should do this more often. Instead of doing it more often, I'm going to just do this video. I want to say my tactics, how I survive this. What I use to survive this. And I explained to you guys, a lot of you guys, what I use and what I don't use. I use HE shells, I use AP shells. I never, ever use gold rounds, ever. The only time we use gold rounds is if I'm dead on the bottom of the tree. And 18 rounds are doing like 5 damage, right? More than 5 damage. If I have someone standing in front of me and they need to be hurt, say I need to, say I need to, talented gun. I can find a way of getting that gun to not shoot. How do I do that? I can't penetrate. Well, you can take a gold round or fire a gold round right down the barrel of their gun. It will break. It breaks something. That's an idea. That's why I keep some gold rounds on me. I never use them. I keep some on me just in case. I mainly use these rounds. These rounds are my mainstays. AP rounds and AT rounds are my mainstays. I use these. If you're low man, low tier, use AGs. That's why I have them first. Because 9 times out of 10, I'm usually low tier. I don't know why. I don't like the 19 tiers. Not my style. I like being underdog. It's something I enjoy. I enjoy being underdog. So being an underdog is fun. Because then you have to go over and you have to try to come back from a bad situation. To me, that's more challenging. Being the top man in the totem pole, I feel as though there's pressure to perform. And I don't like being under pressure because this is a game. And a game is supposed to have fun. For me, having fun is being put up with a challenge. So I like being low man. The best way to keep that going is to not have a lot of gold rounds. If you have more AG rounds and gold rounds, then 9 times out of 10 you will be mid-tier, probably most likely. Now, if you have no gold rounds equipped at all, period, nothing, you have more AG rounds than AP rounds, then you will be 9 times out of 10, you will be bottom tier. Because the rounds you have all depends on where you're going to be. Now, if you have only gold rounds, you're going to be either top tier, upper mid tier, automatically. Why? Because people who have all gold rounds don't need to be upper mid tier. They don't need to be top tier. All you But they want you to waste those AP. You have to understand, this game wants you to waste and blow AP. They in the past, this game wanted you to blow money on gold rounds. They wanted you to do that. They tried to force you to do that. They purposely tried to make you bottom tier so that you automatically blow gold and buy gold rounds. The fact that gold rounds are now called premium rounds, and they don't cost gold, now they cost credits, as you can see, but a lot. This per shell, by the way. This is per shell. Every time you fire the gun, it costs 5,200 credits. You may as well toss all your money in the garbage. Anyway, these rounds used to cost gold. Yeah, I'm dead serious. These rounds used to cost these. Every time you fired one of these, it cost you 500, 600, 700 gold. Yes, gold. That's insane. You have only year gold is the purchase of real money. That's it. That's it. You cannot earn gold. You weren't able to earn it in the past. So, I don't know if you're able to earn it now, but anyway. The fact of the matter is, gold is a rare commodity. So, people rarely, very, very rarely blow a gold round unless they absolutely desperately need it. So people always put their gold rounds in the back and they never use them. The only time you use a gold round is when someone's in your face and they were fully charged, ready to go, and you were weak. If they were untouched, they're getting in the face with a gold round. I don't give a crap how much it costs. I'm going to make sure I damage their ass before they take me down. No one is going to get in my face with a full, with no armor, taking no damage. I'm almost dead. They're untouched. Screw you. I'll take you down with me. There's no way. That's what I use my gold rounds for. I use my gold rounds for revenge. If I see somebody that's untouched and I'm heavily damaged, I will switch to gold rounds immediately. I will not hesitate. And I will use only gold rounds on that guy until he's about the same as I am. Then I'll switch back to me. I will make sure that he is at least where I am. I use gold rounds for getting even. I don't use gold rounds like normal rounds, like everybody else does. That's because people don't want to depend on skill. People just want to use whatever works, use whatever works. People spend entire paychecks on this just to win. There's always another way. There's always another way. You don't have to do that. Have those gold rounds in your tank. Have them in case you need them. In case you're low tier and you're surrounded by. Let's say you're playing a. Let me give you a perfect example of what happened to me. I'm going to show you guys a tank. And I'm going to show you guys exactly. I'll explain to you guys what happened. I'll explain to you guys what I did. It's hard because I have so many tanks. I have to This was a very long time ago. I was using my Type 59, and not this Type 59, the original Type 59. And I was low tier. I was in a tier 10 back when I was low tier. So technically, this Type 59 was supposed to be spotted. I was not supposed to do any damage. I was only supposed to spot. But I had gold rounds in here, like I always said, I always told you guys I'll put gold rounds in the tank regardless. This Type 59, I always put a lot of gold rounds in because I don't usually shoot the Type 59 like crazy. I usually end up using it as a spot. Also. So if I do have rounds in here, I will keep a butt ton of gold rounds. Because if I'm gonna shoot, I'm gonna shoot to kill. I'm not really gonna shoot just to shoot. I want to shoot. If I want to shoot, I want to shoot to kill. And that's it. As you can see, the Type 59 excels in mobility and concealment. I have a good Type 59 that way because I want to make sure that if you're playing. If I'm playing a tank, if I'm playing a medium tank, I want to make sure that people can't see me, and I want to make sure that I can move. And of course, I improved the spotting because I end up with this tank. This tank always ends up being low tier, so I end up using this tank a lot of times you spot it because of the speed. This tank is extremely fast. The original one, the original Tank 59, when it first came out, was so fast. That thing was wicked fast. I mean, stock, untouched fast. I don't have a turbocharger on this thing, as you can see. See? I have no turbocharger on this thing. Look at the mobility. Mobility rating is off the charts. That's insane. This is a medium tank, a medium tier 8. Look at my mobility rating. That's insane. And I have 0 turbochargers. This is a premium tank and I have no turbochargers at all. Nothing. This tank makes an excellent spot. If I can situate this thing just right, this thing would make an awesome spot. This tank would be a better spotter than a light tank. Why? Because it's fast. It is wicked goddamn fast. If I can get the concealment rating just right, like I have right now, you can stay hidden and spot everybody. If you get spotted, run like hell. You're good. That's it. Done. Just run like hell. And that's it. So, just because a tank looks like it can kill stuff, doesn't necessarily mean you should. Yes, lights, their job is to spot. Who's to say if a medium tank excels in one thing, and one thing only, who's to say you can't help do something else and use it for something else? A medium tank is not supposed to be surviving. A medium tank is not meant to be surviving. Survivability rating is supposed to be like that. It's a medium tank. Medium tanks do not stay alive very easily. You're depending on your speed and agility to keep you alive. That's what you're depending on. You're depending on your outsmarting your opponents and your survivability, your speed. So you need mobility and you need concealment. In order to raise the survivability up, you need mobility and concealment. If you have a low survivability like I have, you need high mobility and high concealment. That's what I did this time. I made sure that the concealment and the mobility were high, so this way I didn't have to worry about this, I didn't have to worry about that. All I have to do is treat this tank just like a light tank, running around like a jackass, spot everything in their mother, get back to base, guard the base, done. Someone can't see, I run up, spot them, get the hell back. Whenever somebody needs help, I run immediately answer the call. That's it. I don't try to be the hero. I just do what I'm told. I bring the tank and I do the job that I'm supposed to do. And I do it damn fucking good. My job is to play the 10 on light tank, only a medium tank. You know damn well I'm the best spot in the goddamn team. If I took a tank that's made to do this, like this one is, you know damn well I'm going to be the best spot in that goddamn team. I'm going to give it everything I have. I have tanks equipped to be the oddest things you would not believe. I have a tank that slows down the enemies. You not believe Certain tanks are not meant to do the things I told you. But I think it happen. For example, this tank is looking at right here. Don't know about this tank? You have a lot of space. Everyone and their mother knows about the power of the It drives 2 miles an hour, and it's got a gun that's shit. Besides an aircraft carrier, you can't hide there. So you play it just for fun. You have fun, that's it. Can't do anything with it. The gun has very thin, low caliber gun. So therefore, it's not going to do a lot of damage, small damage. So not much fun to be had there. Now, you have this tank right here. The first thing you're thinking is, why does this tank have this? Well, let me give you a little bit of history lesson. You'll notice right here, see that right there? That's actually a license plate. This tank is probably something used in Germany, my guess. Probably used during the war to clear the streets. People use tanks, certain tanks. They don't intend to bring them to battle. To clear the streets. So they use this tank to clear the streets. Push things out of the way. So the troops do things. So it's a guess. It's not that. Yes. I'm guessing that's why they would a dozer blade. Dozer blades have no armor. All you have to do is just one hook right into it. It'll go right through it. It doesn't matter what shell you use. It's gonna go right through. There's zero armor. It's just plain ordinary time. It's not hard. It's not extra hard. You can't use it armor. It's not extra hard. It's just plain ordinary armor. That's it. Ordinary armor. That's it. It's meant for pushing things out of the way. It's meant for clearing snow out of the way. It's made for snowball. It's kind of like a snowball. Now, let's all take a peek behind. See if we can get a peek behind. I'm sure you guys saw that. Now, look behind the dozer blade. See that? From that tank, without that dozer blade, there's nothing. Nothing. Just like the back. That is bent. There's no arm. Nothing. This is the arm. That's goes over there all the time. Why would you put license plate? Yeah? His license plate. Why would you put license plate? Why? Why would you do that? So, my guess is that this tank is not meant for war. This tank is made for roads. Maybe railroads more railroads. Maybe this is meant to go with snow. Maybe. Just maybe. This snowplow is not a fixed snowplow. No, this snowplow is meant to go up and down. That plot goes up and down. That would be this down. This is hinged right here. And as you can see, it's hinged. So it's meant to go down. And this is hinged and this is hinged. So it's meant to go this. So they put a switch in there and put it in blade. The blade goes like this. Driving, they probably have to hit switch. So my guess is that this was never meant for war. This was meant for clearing the streets, snow, ice, and whatever else is left in the streets. This is supposed to be everywhere vehicle that patrol the streets and make sure the roads are clear. That's my guess. Now, just by looking at it, that skin that's on it right now might be better. If I were to take that skin off, you might see a little bit more. Let's see if we can show you guys what it looks like in the skin. The skin is off. Now I can show you guys what it looks like in the skin. As you can see, no skin, no snow, just the tank. See what I mean? A license plate. This tank was meant for the road. See those tracks? Those tracks, they're flat. Those tracks are meant not to chop the road up. This is meant to drive on roads. This tank was built to drive on roads. Now, this, you'll notice, is this right here, going to this, this module here, going all the way back here to this. There's a warning sign. I have a funny feeling this is hydraulic. So this is probably hydraulic fluid. This thing probably runs on hydraulics. So the thing probably goes up and down with hydraulics. So this is probably electric. So it probably sends hydraulic fluid around to here and down to the lower plane and sends it to the pistons running up and down. Our little friend is reminding us that it's almost time. Little friend is reminding us that it's almost time for us to go. Thank you very much. the channel, and please comment down below. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for suffering with me through this long live stream. The entire time. But I hope you learned something from some of this. I hope you got at least one or two simple things out of this and found it useful. So many people in this game do streams, even me, do streams just playing. Nobody explains anything in detail. I wanted to do one video, only one, that just explain stuff very calmly, in a calm manner, explain not fact, but what I noticed about things in game being different from real life, in comparison of the two. How are they similar? Are they similar? Are they way? Is the item exactly accurate? Is the item way off the deep end? That's what I was ready to prove to them. I did a good job. And I hope you enjoyed something. I hope you learned something today too. Because I certainly enjoyed this. I certainly enjoyed talking to you guys today. Thank you very much for suffering with me through this 5-hour live stream. Give yourself a round of applause if you're still watching me. Give yourself a round of applause. Please like, subscribe to the channel. Please comment down below. Positive comments, please. I need them. I desperately need them. I need the likes. I need subscribe, please. I need desperately comment, because if I don't get anything, I can't make anything. If I can't make anything and never get anything, I'm never going to get anything. So the channel depends on feedback. Likes, subscribes, and comments. All are feedback. I need that feedback to create more videos. War gaming, I make videos for them because I like war gaming. They are part of the best companies I've ever worked with ever. They make really good games. They make very good games. They make extremely fun games. I enjoy playing this game more than I do anything else on the internet. I played a lot of games on the internet, but I enjoy playing this game more than any other game on the internet. Since the first day I played this game 14 years ago, I have never stopped playing it. I played it every single day I was able to. If it wasn't working, I was playing this game. From the game store, used their internet, played this game on my laptop. At home, played it at home. Played it on my laptop. I played it wherever I got a chance to play it. It's insane. That's all I am. So, anyway, thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for listening to me this long. Really appreciate it. Love you guys. Thank you so much. If I don't hear from you, have a very Merry Christmas. Happy New Year and all that fun stuff. We'll see you in 18 more videos anyway between now and New Year's. But I wanted to give you guys a quick shout out. You guys know. I hope you guys have a very Merry Christmas. And thank you very much for watching. Have a very nice day and a very happy New Year. And hope you guys have a great Monday. See you guys later. Thank you very much for watching.